Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining in today. This video is a comprehensive summary and quiz walkthrough of the entire Discover Canada booklet, designed to enhance your understanding and knowledge of Canada. Whether you're preparing for the citizenship test or just looking to learn more about this beautiful country, you'll find this resource extremely helpful. Please feel free to pause the video to think about your answers and let us know how you did in the comments below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to stay updated with more educational content. Let's get started on this journey of discovery together. Rights and responsibilities of citizenship. Rooted in a rich history that goes back to the Magna Carta signed in 1215, Canadian law has drawn inspiration from multiple sources. Parliament and provincial legislatures play a pivotal role, but the influences of English common law, France's Civil Code, and Great Britain's unwritten constitution cannot be overlooked. As Canadians, the essence of ordered liberty isn't new to us. Freedoms like those of conscience, religion, thought, belief, expression, peaceful assembly, and association are pillars that have held us together. The privilege of habeas corpus, derived from English common law, empowers Canadians to challenge any unlawful state detention. 1982 was a significant year, marking the amendment of the Canadian Constitution to introduce the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. With its profound beginning that emphasizes the supremacy of God and the rule of law, the Charter reflects Canada's reverence for religious traditions and the intrinsic value of every human being. Apart from the fundamental freedoms, the Charter articulates additional rights like mobility rights, protections for Aboriginal peoples, linguistic rights, and the celebration of multiculturalism, all of which define the Canadian ethos. Speaking of ethos, equality remains a cornerstone. In Canada, irrespective of gender, everyone stands equal in the eyes of the law. Practices that compromise this principle, such as spousal abuse, honor killings, and gender-based violence, are met with severe penalties. But, as we learned, rights aren't a one-way street. They're coupled with responsibilities. Canadians are bound by the principle of the rule of law. There's a shared duty to foster personal dignity, uphold self-respect, and contribute to the nation's prosperity. Citizens shoulder vital responsibilities, from participating in the jury system to voting and volunteering. They're custodians of the nation's heritage and environment, ensuring the treasures of today are preserved for tomorrow. Lastly, while Canada doesn't mandate compulsory military service, serving in the Canadian Forces or even the local community's emergency services is a time-honored tradition. For those considering this path, the experiences promise discipline, skills, camaraderie, and an unmatched sense of pride. In essence, Canadian citizenship is a mosaic of rights and duties, beautifully intertwined and rooted in centuries of history. As guardians of this legacy, every Canadian plays a pivotal role in shaping the nation's future. What significant event took place in 1215 in England that influences Canadian law? A. The formation of Canadian Parliament. B. The signing of Magna Carta. C. The establishment of the Canadian Constitution. D. The French Revolution. Answer. B. The signing of Magna Carta. What right allows Canadians to challenge unlawful detention by the state? A. Freedom of association. B. Habeas corpus. C. Freedom of speech. D. Freedom of religion. Answer. B. Habeas corpus. Which charter was entrenched in the Canadian Constitution in 1982? A. Charter of Canadian Values. B. Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. C. Canadian Citizens Charter. D. Charter of Canadian Responsibilities. Answer. B. Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. What are English and French in relation to the Canadian government? A. Supplementary languages. B. Official languages. C. Preferred languages. D. Historical languages. Answer. B. Official languages. In Canada, are men and women considered equal under the law? A. No. B. Yes, but with exceptions. C. Yes. D. Only in certain provinces. Answer. C. Yes. Which is not a responsibility of Canadian citizens? A. Voting in elections. B. Serving on a jury. C. Serving in the military is compulsory. D. Protecting the environment. Answer. C. Serving in the military is compulsory. Which is a fundamental characteristic of the Canadian heritage and identity? A. Isolationism. B. Multiculturalism. C. Monoculturalism. D. Secularism. Answer. B. Multiculturalism. Which crime is not tolerated under Canadian law? A. Forced marriage. B. Freedom of speech. C. Serving on a jury. D. Voting in elections. Answer. A. Forced marriage. Which of the following is a key principle upon which Canada was founded? A. Rule by majority. B. Rule by monarchy. C. Rule of law. D. Rule by the strongest. Answer. C. Rule of law. Which group's rights will not be adversely affected by the Charter's rights? A. Immigrant rights. B. Children's rights. C. Aboriginal people's rights. D. Employee rights. Answer. C. Aboriginal people's rights. Volunteering in Canada is primarily seen as A. An obligation. B. A paid opportunity. C. An excellent way to gain skills and develop connections. D. A requirement for citizenship. Answer. C. An excellent way to gain skills and develop connections. Which phrase from the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms emphasizes the importance of religious traditions? A. Equality for all under the law. B. Freedom of thought, belief, and expression. C. Whereas Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the supremacy of God and the rule of law. D. Multiculturalism is a fundamental characteristic. Answer. C. Whereas Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the supremacy of God and the rule of law. In which service is there no compulsory role in Canada? A. Serving on a jury. B. Military service. C. Voting in elections. D. Obeying the law. Answer. B. Military service. Which role is suggested as a noble way to contribute to Canada and a potential career choice? A. Regular Canadian forces. B. Jury duty. C. Voting officer. D. Volunteer at a local school. Answer. A. Regular Canadian forces. Under which heritage is it a citizen's role to protect Canada? A. Educational heritage. B. Natural, cultural, and architectural heritage. C. Military heritage. D. Economic heritage. Answer. B. Natural, cultural, and architectural heritage. What principle does the phrase, "no person or group is above the law," represent? A. Democratic principle. B. Rule of law. C. Collective responsibility. D. Freedom of association. Answer. B. Rule of law. What freedom allows Canadians the right to peacefully gather? A. Freedom of the press. B. Freedom of association. C. Freedom of peaceful assembly. D. Freedom of thought. Answer. C. Freedom of peaceful assembly. Which right allows Canadians to live and work anywhere in Canada? A. Right of association. B. Mobility rights. C. Right of peaceful assembly. D. Freedom of expression. Answer: B. Mobility rights. What emphasizes the importance of religious traditions to Canadian society? A. The French Civil Code. B. The English Common Law. C. The unwritten Constitution from Great Britain. D. The phrase in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms about the supremacy of God. Answer: D. The phrase in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms about the supremacy of God. How are Canadian individuals and governments primarily regulated? A. By popular vote. B. By arbitrary actions. C. By the Prime Minister's decisions. D. By laws. Answer: D. By laws. Who we are. Understanding Canadian identity. Today, we dive deep into the heart of Canadian identity, a topic that combines history, culture, and the spirit of an entire nation. Let's journey together through the rich tapestry of Canada. The essence of Canada. Canada stands out as a beacon of freedom and strength. With a heritage that traces back to the oldest continuous constitutional tradition, it proudly wears the badge of being North America's sole constitutional monarchy. At its core, Canada's philosophy revolves around peace, order, and good government, inspired by the iconic British North America Act of 1867. This vast land, stretching from the Atlantic to the Pacific and up to the Arctic, earned its title as the Great Dominion through perseverance and the values of liberty, enterprise, hard work, and fair play. Our founding peoples. Aboriginal peoples. Before any European exploration, Aboriginal peoples had already formed a rich tapestry of cultures rooted in spiritual beliefs. Their rights, both territorial and treaty-based, hold significant importance in Canada's history. Unfortunately, the past wasn't always kind. The era of residential schools sought to erase their languages and practices. However, resilience shines through, with today's Aboriginal communities thriving in various sectors and maintaining their unique identities. This community is diverse, comprising the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, each with their distinct histories and traditions. English and French heritage. The fusion of English and French Christian civilizations laid the groundwork for present-day Canada, with both languages being official. Quebec, with its rich French heritage, and the Acadians, who faced adversities like the Great Upheaval, remain significant to this linguistic tapestry. English Canadians, on the other hand, trace their origins to settlers from England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. Unity in diversity. Canada's Governors-General, like John Buchan and the 15th Governor-General adorned in blood, Kainai First Nation, headdress, have always emphasized the beauty of unity in diversity. Every group, while cherishing their origins, also celebrates their collective Canadian identity. Becoming Canadian. Many Canadians hail from regions torn by war or conflict. Yet, embracing Canadian values means setting aside divisive views and upholding democratic principles such as the rule of law. Canada's mosaic of cultures. Canada is primarily a land of those born here, but it's also a land of immigrants. This melting pot includes groups from the English to the Chinese, from the Aboriginals to the South Asians. The linguistic and religious diversity enriches the nation, with faith playing a role in promoting welfare, harmony, and mutual respect. Importantly, Canada stands as a champion for rights, ensuring that all groups, including the LGBTQ+ community, have equal rights and protection under the law. This multicultural society is beautifully exemplified by figures like Olympian Marjorie Turner Bailey, who traces her lineage back to the Black Loyalists. In essence, Canada is not just a country. It's a symphony of histories, cultures, and values. This lesson is but a brief glimpse into the profound depth of what it truly means to be Canadian. What is Canada recognized for around the world? A. Its vast deserts. B. Being a strong and free country. C. Its tropical climate. D. Its monolingualism. Answer. B. Being a strong and free country. What type of monarchy is Canada? A. Absolute monarchy. B. Federal monarchy. C. Constitutional monarchy. D. Direct monarchy. Answer C. Constitutional monarchy. What phrase from Canada's original constitutional document in 1867 represents the country's institutions? A. Freedom and diversity. B. Peace, love, and unity. C. Peace, order, and good government. D. Monarchy and dominion. Answer. C. Peace, order, and good government. Who are the three founding peoples of Canada? A. Aboriginal, Spanish, and Dutch. B. French, British, and Dutch. C. Aboriginal, French, and British. D. Spanish, French, and British. Answer. C. Aboriginal, French, and British. Where did the ancestors of Aboriginal peoples migrate from? A. Africa. B. Europe. C. Asia. D. Australia. Answer. C. Asia. What rights were guaranteed through the Royal Proclamation of 1763? A. Educational rights. B. Voting rights. C. Territorial rights. D. Trading rights. Answer. C. Territorial rights. What does the term Aboriginal peoples refer to in Canada? A. First Nations, Métis, Inuit. B. First Nations, Spanish, Inuktitut. C. First Peoples, Métis, Spanish. D. First Nations, Inuktitut, Arcticans. Answer. A. First Nations, Métis, Inuit. Which Aboriginal group lives primarily across the Arctic? A. First Nations. B. Métis. C. Inuit. D. Michif. Answer. C. Inuit. Who said immigrant groups should retain their individuality and each make its contribution to the national character? A. King George III. B. John Buchan, the first Baron Tweedsmuir. C. The 15th Governor-General. D. The founder of the Canadian Club of Halifax. Answer. B. John Buchan, the first Baron Tweedsmuir. Which two languages define day-to-day life for most Canadians? A. Spanish and French. B. English and German. C. English and French. D. French and Chinese. Answer. C. English and French. Which is the only officially bilingual province in Canada? A. Quebec. B. Ontario. C. New Brunswick. D. Manitoba. Answer. C. New Brunswick. Who are the descendants of the French colonists who began settling in the maritime provinces in 1604? A. Quebecers. B. Acadians. C. Anglo-Quebecers. D. Métis. Answer. B. Acadians. From where do the majority of Canadians originate? A. From European settlers. B. Born in Canada. C. From Asian countries. D. Born in America. Answer. B. Born in Canada. Which language is the second most spoken at home in Vancouver and Toronto? A. French. B. Spanish. C. Michif. D. Chinese. Answer: D. Chinese. What is the largest religious affiliation in Canada? A. Protestant. B. Muslim. C. Catholic. D. Hindu. Answer: C. Catholic. What does Canada traditionally partner with faith communities to promote? A. Economic growth. B. Military strength. C. Social welfare and harmony. D. Sporting events. Answer: C. Social welfare and harmony. Where is Marjorie Turner Bailey from? A. Quebec. B. Ontario. C. Nova Scotia. D. New Brunswick. Answer: C. Nova Scotia. Black loyalists in Canada originally fled from where in the 1780s? A. Asia. B. Europe. C. Africa. D. America. Answer: D. America. When was slavery made illegal in America? A. 1780s. B. 1863. C. 1800s. D. 1900s. Answer: B. 1863. In this lesson, let's explore the multifaceted tapestry, the Canadian history together. The original inhabitants. Aboriginal peoples. When European explorers ventured into Canada, they encountered indigenous communities they mistakenly called Indians, thinking they had reached the East Indies. These native inhabitants ranged from hunters and gatherers like the Cree and Dean, to farmers like the Huron-Wendat and Iroquois. The Sioux, on the other hand, were nomadic, and the Inuit depended on the Arctic's resources. Despite the differences in their lifestyles, warfare was common among these groups. With the arrival of Europeans, traders, missionaries, soldiers, and settlers, the lives of these Aboriginal groups changed drastically. While many faced the onslaught of unfamiliar diseases, they also forged economic, religious, and military ties with Europeans, which became the foundation of Canada. European footprints on Canadian soil. The first Europeans to reach Canadian soil were the Vikings from Iceland. About 1,000 years ago, they settled in Greenland and made their way to Labrador and Newfoundland. European exploration gained momentum with John Cabot in 1497, who drew the first map of Canada's east coast. Exploring a river, naming Canada. Jacques Cartier, between 1534 and 1542, made 3 trips across the Atlantic, laying claim to the land for France. It was from Cartier's expeditions that the name Canada came into use, inspired by the Iroquoian word Canada, meaning village. Establishment of New France. The French, under the guidance of Pierre de Monts and Samuel de Champlain, began their settlements in North America in 1604. From small settlements on St. Croix Island to fortresses in Quebec City, the French began establishing their presence. However, they also faced challenges, not just from the harsh climate but also from the Iroquois. Despite the conflicts, the French managed to expand their empire in North America, thanks to leaders like Jean Talon, Bishop Laval, and Count Frontenac. Their prosperity relied heavily on the fur trade, which saw them collaborate extensively with the Aboriginal people. Struggle for a continent. In the late 17th century, King Charles II granted the Hudson's Bay Company exclusive trade rights over the region draining into Hudson Bay. This led to a century-long rivalry between the company and Montreal-based merchants. Pivotal to this trade were the brave canoe travelers, known as voyageurs and coureurs des bois, who forged crucial ties with the First Nations. Meanwhile, The English settlements along the Atlantic coast, established in the early 1600s, grew wealthier and more populated than their French counterparts in New France. The 1700s saw France and Great Britain locked in intense competition for dominance in North America. This struggle culminated in 1759 with the pivotal Battle of the Plains of Abraham at Quebec City. Here, the British emerged victorious, signaling the fall of the French Empire in America. Tragically, this battle claimed the lives of both army commanders, James Wolfe and the Marquis de Montcalm. The province of Quebec. We begin in Section 1 with the renaming of the colony by Great Britain as the Province of Quebec after the war. This new designation brought with it challenges and endeavors for the French-speaking Catholic populace. Known as habitants or Canadians, they found themselves in a peculiar situation, trying to retain their cultural and religious identity in an English-speaking Protestant-dominated British Empire. Their struggle was not just to protect their lands but also their very way of life in a changing environment. A tradition of accommodation. The British Parliament, recognizing the unique challenges of governing a French Roman Catholic majority, took a step toward accommodation. They enacted the Quebec Act of 1774, which stands as one of the constitutional pillars of Canada. This significant act was an effort to bring harmony by intertwining the principles of British institutions with the cultural realities of the province. The act, in a groundbreaking move for its time, allowed religious freedom for Catholics and even enabled them to hold public office, a right they didn't enjoy even in Britain. This unifying law blended the legal systems by retaining the French civil law for local matters while upholding the British criminal law. United Empire Loyalists. The 1776 Declaration of Independence by the 13 British colonies, which now stand as the United States. This move, which resulted in a North America divided by another war, prompted over 40,000 Loyalists to the Crown to migrate. These Loyalists sought refuge from the turbulent American Revolution, choosing Nova Scotia and Quebec as their new homes. Notably, Joseph Brant, championing the cause of the Loyalist Mohawk Indians, ushered thousands into Canada. It's essential to realize the rich diversity of these Loyalists, who hailed from a myriad of ethnic and religious backgrounds: Dutch, German, British, Scandinavian, Aboriginal, and more. Their religious spectrum was just as diverse, with Presbyterians, Anglicans, Baptists, Methodists, Jews, Quakers, and Catholics finding a new homeland in the North. Among these were about 3,000 black Loyalists, both freedmen and slaves, hoping for a more prosperous and equal life. However, some faced challenges. Black Nova Scotians, given less fertile lands, ultimately sought greener pastures, founding Freetown in Sierra Leone, West Africa, marking the inception of a British colony dedicated to freed slaves. The beginnings of democracy. The seeds of democracy in Canada were sown peacefully and organically. The city of Halifax in Nova Scotia was a pioneer, electing its first representative assembly in 1758. Not far behind, Prince Edward Island held its own elections in 1773, and New Brunswick followed suit in 1785. A significant milestone was the Constitutional Act of 1791. This act segmented the province of Quebec into two distinct entities. Upper Canada, which would later be known as Ontario, was predominantly home to Loyalists who spoke English and followed the Protestant faith. On the other hand, Lower Canada, which would later adopt the name Quebec, was a haven for French-speaking Catholics. It wasn't just about geographical restructuring. The Constitutional Act was instrumental in introducing legislative assemblies in the Canadas. For the first time, these assemblies were elected by the people, symbolizing a shift towards democratic governance. Additionally, the term Canada was officially cemented in history at this juncture, and it continues to represent the nation today. Grouping the Atlantic colonies with the two Canadas, they became collectively recognized as British North America. It's interesting to note that during the first elected Assembly of Lower Canada in Quebec City, a key debate was whether official proceedings should be conducted in both French and English, a discussion that took place on January 21, 1793. Abolition of slavery. Slavery is a dark chapter in global history, with its chains reaching from Asia, Africa, and the Middle East to the very soils of the Americas. However, the tides began to change towards the end of the 1700s. The British Parliament witnessed the rise of the first movement calling for the cessation of the transatlantic slave trade. A monumental step in this direction was taken by Upper Canada in 1793. Under the leadership of Lieutenant Governor John Graves Simcoe, who had a loyalist military background, Upper Canada took the historic step of moving towards the abolition of slavery. Then, in 1807, the British Parliament took a significant step by banning the trading of slaves. This commitment to ending slavery was fully realized in 1833 when the Parliament put an end to the practice throughout the entire empire. As a testament to Canada's role as a beacon of hope, thousands of slaves from the United States sought refuge in its lands. Guided by the North Star, they made their perilous journey through the Underground Railroad, which was a network orchestrated by Christian anti-slavery advocates, ultimately finding freedom on Canadian soil. The genesis of Canadian economy. In the early stages of Canada's history, the country's economic landscape was shaped by competition for the fur trade, predominantly between companies established during the French and British regimes. Key players like the Hudson's Bay Company, staffed by a diverse workforce of French, British, and Aboriginal employees, carved their mark by establishing trading posts. Many of these posts, like Fort Garry, Fort Edmonton, Fort Langley, and Fort Victoria, eventually grew to become cities that we recognize today. Canada's initial economic foundation leaned heavily on farming and the export of natural resources. This encompassed commodities like fur, fish, and timber, which found their way to markets through intricate networks of roads, rivers, lakes, and canals. Moreover, the late 18th and early 19th centuries saw the emergence of financial institutions, with the Montreal Stock Exchange marking its inception in 1832. Canada's defense during the War of 1812. Transitioning into the early 19th century, Canada faced external challenges, particularly from its neighbor, the United States. Following tensions resulting from the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805, which saw the defeat of Napoleon Bonaparte's fleet, the British Empire, which encompassed Canada, found itself at odds with the U.S. This escalated into an invasion by the Americans in 1812. However, the Americans gravely underestimated the resilience and unity of Canadian volunteers, First Nations, and British soldiers. Key battles unfolded in regions like Queenston Heights, Chateauguay, and York, culminating in a decisive resistance against the invaders. This war did not only reshape military strategies but also helped define the Canada-USA border, ensuring Canada's independence from the United States. The turning point. Rebellions of 1837–38. The later part of the 1830s was a tumultuous period in Canadian history. There was growing discontent among reformers in Upper and Lower Canada, pushing for faster democratic reforms. This led to armed rebellions in regions near Montreal and Toronto. However, without sufficient public backing, these rebellions were thwarted by British and Canadian forces. The aftermath brought in the influential figure of Lord Durham, whose report paved the way for merging Upper and Lower Canada and introducing the concept of responsible government. Although Durham faced criticism for his lack of understanding of the French-Canadian identity, his influence undeniably shaped Canada's democratic evolution. The pursuit of responsible government. The 1840s heralded significant political shifts. The union of Upper and Lower Canada into the Province of Canada was a significant milestone. Reformers like Sir Louis Hippolyte LaFontaine, Robert Baldwin, and Joseph Howe played pivotal roles, working closely with British governors to usher in responsible government. This period saw Nova Scotia becoming the first British North American colony to achieve this governance model. Notably, LaFontaine's leadership marked him as the first leader of a responsible government in the Canadas. Confederation. The years between 1864 to 1867 were transformative, laying the groundwork for the Confederation. With representatives from Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and the Province of Canada collaborating, the Dominion of Canada was birthed, introducing a dual-tier federal and provincial government system. The British North America Act of 1867 ratified this, leading to the official birth of the Dominion of Canada on July 1, 1867, now celebrated as Canada Day. Dominion from sea to sea. The term, Dominion of Canada, was proposed by Sir Leonard Tilley, a prominent father of Confederation from New Brunswick, in 1864. Drawing inspiration from Psalm chapter 72 of the Bible, the phrase, Dominion from sea to sea and from the river to the ends of the earth, encapsulated the aspiration of creating a strong, united, prosperous, and sovereign nation stretching across a continent. Though the title was incorporated into the Constitution and remained in official use for a century, its significance continues to be a part of Canadian heritage. Canada has experienced significant territorial growth since its inception. Beginning in 1867, the Dominion was established with Ontario, Quebec, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. Over the next few decades, its territory expanded rapidly. Expansion of the Dominion. In 1870, Manitoba and the Northwest Territories, NWT, joined. British Columbia was added in 1871. Prince Edward Island became part of Canada in 1873. By 1880, the Arctic Islands were transferred to the NWT. Yukon Territory was incorporated in 1898. The provinces of Alberta and Saskatchewan joined in 1905. Newfoundland and Labrador became the newest province in 1949. Finally, in 1999, Nunavut was established. An interesting historical tidbit: in the 1920s, there was a proposition to include the British West Indies, located in the Caribbean Sea, as a part of Canada. While this never materialized, Canada maintains a strong relationship with Commonwealth Caribbean countries and territories today. Canada's first Prime Minister, Sir John Alexander Macdonald, became Canada's first Prime Minister in 1867. Born in Scotland, Macdonald played a pivotal role in shaping Canada. Another notable figure, Sir George Etienne Cartier, was instrumental in ensuring Quebec's participation in Confederation and the entry of other regions into Canada. Challenge in the West. In 1869, Canada acquired the vast Northwest from the Hudson's Bay Company without consulting the 12,000 Métis residing there. This oversight led Louis Riel to instigate an uprising, capturing Fort Garry. Canada's ambition to stretch from sea to sea seemed in peril. However, Ottawa's forces retook the fort in 1870, and Manitoba was founded. Despite this, Riel's struggles persisted. His continued advocacy for Métis and Indian rights led to another uprising in 1885, culminating in his trial and execution, a decision met with considerable opposition. As a measure to ensure peace and negotiate with the indigenous communities post the uprising, Prime Minister Macdonald established the Northwest Mounted Police, NWMP, in 1873. These foundations eventually grew into the famous Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, a revered national symbol. A railway from sea to sea. Ottawa's promise to build a railway lured British Columbia to join Canada in 1871. The vision was realized in 1885 with the last spike driven by Donald Smith. This grand project, however, also bears a mark of discrimination. Chinese laborers faced prejudice, highlighted by the imposition of a race-based head tax. Moving westward. During the late 19th and early 20th century, Canada witnessed significant economic growth and industrialization. The railway facilitated massive immigration, leading to a booming agricultural sector in the West. Amidst this growth, Sir Wilfrid Laurier emerged as the first French-Canadian Prime Minister and championed westward immigration. The First World War. Canada's historical ties to the British Empire were evident when many Canadians proudly volunteered for international conflict. During the Boer War from 1899 to 1902, over 7,000 Canadians volunteered, with significant participation in the battles of Paardeberg and Lillefontaine. These battles stoked national pride and solidified Canada's standing within the Empire. As the First World War loomed with Germany's attack on Belgium and France, Canada was quick to form the Canadian Expeditionary Force. Of Canada's modest population of 8 million, a remarkable 600,000 served in the war. The tenacity of the Canadian troops was evident, especially in the triumphant capture of Vimy Ridge in April 1917, a victory so monumental that it led to the observation that a nation was born. Today, Canadians honor this day as Vimy Day. However, the period wasn't without its dark moments. Notably, Ottawa interned over 8,000 individuals, primarily Ukrainian men, as enemy aliens between 1914 and 1920, a policy even Britain advised against. Under the esteemed leadership of General Sir Arthur Currie, Canadian forces were instrumental in the last 100 days of the war. Their valor shone through in battles such as Amiens and Cambrai, culminating in the armistice on November 11, 1918. The war's end saw 60,000 Canadians dead and 170,000 wounded, leaving a profound impact on the national psyche. Women's suffrage movement in Canada. Amid the war's chaos, Canada witnessed a transformative social change, the women's suffrage movement. Led by pioneering women like Dr. Emily Stowe, the first Canadian female physician, efforts to secure women's voting rights gained momentum. By 1916, Manitoba led the way in granting women voting rights. Progress continued until 1918, when most Canadian women over 21 were permitted to vote in federal elections, thanks largely to suffragettes like Dr. Stowe. This movement culminated with Agnes MacPhail becoming Canada's first female MP in 1921, and eventually, by 1940, Quebec granting women the vote, owing to relentless advocacy by Thérèse Casgrain and her peers. Remembrance Day. To honor the immense sacrifices of Canadian soldiers, November 11th is observed as Remembrance Day. It's a solemn day when Canadians adorn red poppies and pause to remember over 1 million who served and the 110,000 who perished. The poignant poem, In Flanders Fields, by Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae encapsulates the spirit of this observance. Between the wars. Post the First World War, the British Empire evolved, leading to the formation of the British Commonwealth of Nations. But prosperity during the Roaring Twenties was halted by the 1929 stock market crash, pushing Canada into the throes of the Great Depression. This period spurred demands for better social security measures. The Second World War. The Second World War's onset saw Canada once again rallying with its allies against the Nazi regime. Canadians played pivotal roles in significant battles like D-Day and the liberation of the Netherlands. The air and naval fronts saw Canadians offering unmatched contributions, but the war also bore witness to darker moments, such as the forced relocation of Japanese Canadians. The D-Day invasion. The struggle against Nazism and fascism saw Canada participate in some pivotal moments of World War II. They played a key role in liberating Italy between 1943 and 1944. However, one of the most iconic contributions was during the D-Day invasion of June 6, 1944. Canadian troops bravely stormed Juno Beach, with 15,000 soldiers participating in the operation. Their achievements in Normandy were followed by the liberation of the Netherlands and the eventual German surrender on May 8, 1945. This marked the end of 6 grueling years of conflict in Europe and solidified Canada's position as a significant force on the global stage. What were the first explorers of Canada looking for when they reached Canada? A. The East Indies. B. New continents. C. Gold. D. Spices. Answer A. The East Indies. Which Aboriginal group followed the bison herd? A. Huron-Wendat. B. Cree. C. Sioux. D. Inuit. Answer C. Sioux. Who built a fortress at what is now Quebec City in 1608? A. Jacques Cartier. B. John Cabot. C. Pierre de Monts. D. Samuel de Champlain. Answer D. Samuel de Champlain. Which word, spoken by captured guides, gave Canada its name? A. Canuck. B. Kannada. C. Kannada. D. Manitou. Answer: B. Kannada. The Battle of the Plains of Abraham in 1759 was between which two nations? A. France and Spain. B. England and Spain. C. France and England. D. England and Portugal. Answer: C. France and England. After the war, what name did Great Britain give to the colony? A. New England. B. New Britain. C. Province of Quebec. D. Upper Canada. Answer: C. Province of Quebec. The Quebec Act of 1774 allowed religious freedom for which group? A. Protestants. B. Catholics. C. Quakers. D. Jews. Answer: B. Catholics. Who led thousands of loyalist Mohawk Indians into Canada? A. John Cabot. B. James Wolfe. C. Joseph Brant. D. Samuel de Champlain. Answer: C. Joseph Brant. The first representative assembly was elected in which location in 1758? A. Quebec. B. Prince Edward Island. C. Halifax, Nova Scotia. D. New Brunswick. Answer: C. Halifax, Nova Scotia. What significant action did Upper Canada take in 1793 concerning slavery? A. Introduced it. B. Moved towards abolition. C. Supported the transatlantic slave trade. D. Passed a law to increase slave labor. Answer: B. Moved towards abolition. Which war resulted in the burning of the White House? A. American Revolutionary War. B. War of 1812. C. Napoleonic Wars. D. Civil War. Answer: B. War of 1812. Which reformer was sent to report on the rebellions of 1837 to 38? A. Sir George Etienne Cartier. B. Sir John A. Macdonald. C. Lord Durham. D. Sir Louis Hippolyte LaFontaine. Answer: C. Lord Durham. Which of these locations was the site of a Viking settlement 1,000 years ago? A. St. Croix Island. B. Quebec City. C. L'Anse-aux-Meadows. D. Port Royal. Answer: C. L'Anse-aux-Meadows. The Hudson's Bay Company had exclusive trading rights over the watershed draining into which bay? A. Baffin Bay. B. Chesapeake Bay. C. Hudson Bay. D. James Bay. Answer: C. Hudson Bay. In the 1700s, what two nations battled for control of North America? A. Spain and France. B. France and Great Britain. C. Spain and Great Britain. D. Netherlands and France. Answer: B. France and Great Britain. Which of the following did not happen during the rebellions of 1837 to 38? A. The rebels had public support. B. British troops defeated the rebels. C. Some rebels were hanged or exiled. D. Upper and Lower Canada were merged. Answer: A. The rebels had public support. Which province was the first to attain full responsible government in British North America? A. Ontario, B. Quebec, C. Nova Scotia, D. New Brunswick. Answer: C. Nova Scotia. Who collaborated in the vast fur trade economy? A. French and British, B. French and Aboriginal people, C. British and Iroquois, D. Vikings and British. Answer: B. French and Aboriginal people. Who was the first leader of a responsible government in the Canadas? A. Sir Louis Hippolyte Lafontaine, B. Joseph Howe, C. Robert Baldwin, D. Lord Elgin. Answer: A. Sir Louis Hippolyte Lafontaine. The remains of the Viking settlement in Newfoundland are designated: A. National Park, B. World Heritage Site, C. National Museum, D. Historic Monument. Answer: B. World Heritage Site. What is the name of the day commemorating the formation of Canada? A. Dominion Day, B. Confederation Day, C. Canada Day, D. Unity Day. Answer: C. Canada Day. What province did Louis Riel play a significant role in its establishment? A. Quebec, B. Alberta, C. Manitoba, D. British Columbia. Answer: C. Manitoba. Who was Canada's first Prime Minister? A. Sir George Etienne Cartier, B. Sir John Alexander Macdonald, C. Sir Leonard Tilley, D. Sir Robert Borden. Answer: B. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. Who suggested the term Dominion of Canada in 1864? A. Sir John Alexander Macdonald, B. Sir Wilfrid Laurier, C. Sir George Etienne Cartier, D. Sir Leonard Tilley. Answer: D. Sir Leonard Tilley. Which event was strongly opposed in Quebec? A. The formation of RCMP, B. Execution of Louis Riel, C. CPR's Ribbons of Steel, D. Entry of Northwest Territories into Canada. Answer: B. Execution of Louis Riel. What did Ottawa promise to do if British Columbia joined Canada? A. Establish a national bank, B. Build a railway to the West Coast, C. Create a national police force, D. Provide them a naval fleet. Answer: B. Build a railway to the West Coast. In which battle did Canadians secure their reputation for valor as the shock troops of the British Empire? A. Battle of Amiens, B. Battle of Vimy Ridge, C. Battle of Canal du Nord, D. Battle of Arras. Answer: B. Battle of Vimy Ridge. Which of these provinces granted voting rights to women first? A. British Columbia, B. Manitoba, C. Ontario, D. Quebec. Answer: B. Manitoba. Which Canadian officer composed the poem In Flanders Fields? A. Major General Sir Sam Steele, B. Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae, C. General Sir Arthur Currie, D. Lieutenant Robert Borden. Answer: B. Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae. In the Second World War, the unsuccessful defense of which place led to Canadians being grossly maltreated as prisoners of war by Imperial Japan? A. Dieppe, B. Normandy, C. Hong Kong, D. Aleutian Islands. Answer: C. Hong Kong. What event caused a major economic downturn in the 1930s? A. The railway completion. B. The First World War. C. The stock market crash of 1929. D. The D-Day invasion. Answer: C. The stock market crash of 1929. Which Canadian entity was created in 1934 to manage the money supply and bring stability to the financial system? A. Canadian Financial Stability Institute. B. Federal Reserve of Canada. C. Bank of Canada. D. Canadian Treasury Department. Answer: C. Bank of Canada. What is celebrated on July 1st in Canada? A. Confederation Day. B. Dominion Day. C. Canada Day. D. Unity Day. Answer: C. Canada Day. Who was Canada's first Prime Minister? A. Sir George Etienne Cartier. B. Sir Leonard Tilley. C. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. D. Sir Wilfrid Laurier. Answer: C. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. Which province joined Canada in 1871 after Ottawa promised to build a railway to the west coast? A. Saskatchewan. B. Alberta. C. British Columbia. D. Manitoba. Answer: C. British Columbia. What is the title of the poem composed by Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae in 1915? A. Remember the Fallen. B. In Flanders Fields. C. The Heroes of War. D. Echoes of Battle. Answer: B. In Flanders Fields. On what day do Canadians remember the sacrifices of their veterans? A. Dominion Day. B. Vimy Day. C. Canada Day. D. Remembrance Day. Answer: D. Remembrance Day. The old province of Canada was split into which two new provinces? A. Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. B. Quebec and Ontario. C. Manitoba and Saskatchewan. D. Alberta and British Columbia. Answer: B. Quebec and Ontario. Who led the armed uprising in response to Canada taking over the Northwest region without consulting the Métis of the Red River in 1869? A. Sir Sam Steele. B. Sir John A. Macdonald. C. Louis Riel. D. Sir George Etienne Cartier. Answer: C. Louis Riel. What was celebrated as Dominion Day? A. Canada's Independence Day. B. The day Canada became a province. C. The day Canada became a self-governing dominion. D. Canada's Flag Day. Answer: C. The day Canada became a self-governing dominion. Who was Canada's first Prime Minister? A. Sir George Etienne Cartier. B. Sir Wilfrid Laurier. C. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. D. Sir Leonard Tilley. Answer: C. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. What is celebrated on November 11th in Canada? A. Dominion Day. B. Canada Day. C. Remembrance Day. D. Vimy Day. Answer: C. Remembrance Day. In which year did British Columbia join Canada? A. 1867. B. 1871. C. 1873. D. 1905. Answer: B. 1871. Who led the Métis in the uprising and seized Fort Garry? A. Sir Sam Steele. B. Sir John A. Macdonald. C. Louis Riel. D. General Sir Arthur Currie. Answer: C. Louis Riel. Who was inspired by Psalm chapter 72 to suggest the term Dominion of Canada? A. Sir Leonard Tilley. B. Sir George Etienne Cartier. C. Sir John A. Macdonald. D. Sir Robert Borden. Answer: A. Sir Leonard Tilley. What did the Canadian Pacific Railway represent upon its completion? A. Economic prosperity. B. Trade with Europe. C. A national dream. D. A tribute to the Queen. Answer: C. A national dream. What significant event took place on June 6, 1944? A. The end of the Second World War. B. D-Day invasion of Normandy. C. The liberation of Italy. D. The start of the First World War. Answer: B. D-Day invasion of Normandy. What was the main purpose of the Northwest Mounted Police, NWMP, established in 1873? A. To control the Métis uprisings. B. To pacify the West and assist in negotiations with the Indians. C. To protect the railway lines. D. To establish trade routes. Answer: B. To pacify the West and assist in negotiations with the Indians. How did Canada acquire the vast Northwest region in 1869? A. From the United States. B. By conquest. C. From the Hudson's Bay Company. D. From France. Answer: C. From the Hudson's Bay Company. Where did Canadians fight in defense against Imperial Japan during World War II? A. Normandy. B. Juno Beach. C. Hong Kong. D. Dieppe. Answer: C. Hong Kong. Which of the following statements about Canadians of Japanese origin during the Second World War is true? A. They were given more rights during the war. B. They were forcibly relocated by the federal government. C. They were prominent military leaders in the Canadian Army. D. They were granted special protections by the British Commonwealth. Answer: B. They were forcibly relocated by the federal government. What policy from the Canadian government towards the Chinese after the railway's completion is mentioned? A. They were granted special rights. B. They were encouraged to settle in the West. C. The head tax. D. They were immediately made citizens. Answer: C. The head tax. Who was the founder of the women's suffrage movement in Canada? A. Agnes MacPhail. B. Dr. Emily Stowe. C. Therese Casgrain. D. Sir Robert Borden. Answer: B. Dr. Emily Stowe. Which battle did the Canadian Corps capture in April 1917 during World War I? A. Battle of Amiens. B. Battle of the Atlantic. C. Battle of Vimy Ridge. D. Battle of Paardeberg. Answer: C. Battle of Vimy Ridge. During the Dirty 30s, unemployment in Canada reached A. 10%. B. 27%. C. 40%. D. 15%. Answer: B. 27%. In which year did Quebec grant voting rights to women? A. 1921. B. 1935. C. 1940. D. 1945. Answer: C. 1940. Which Canadian medical officer composed the poem In Flanders Fields? A. General Sir Arthur Currie. B. Sir Sam Steele. C. Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae. D. Sir Leonard Tilley. Answer: C. Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae. What significant event in Canadian history took place on November 7, 1885? A. The start of the First World War. B. The completion of the Canadian Pacific Railway. C. The acquisition of the Northwest region. D. The Battle of Vimy Ridge. Answer: B. The completion of the Canadian Pacific Railway. The slogan, "The Last Best West," was used to promote A. Tourism in Western Canada. B. The Canadian Pacific Railway. C. The settlement of Western Canada. D. Canada's involvement in the First World War. Answer: C. The settlement of Western Canada. Modern Canada. A brief overview. Economic foundations and welfare systems. Following World War II, Canada embarked on a journey of tremendous prosperity and progress. Trade treaties such as GATT, and later the WTO, enabled the nation to engage with the world, transforming restrictive policies from the Depression era. The discovery of oil in Alberta in 1947 became the foundation of Canada's modern energy industry. By the 1950s, the majority of Canadians were experiencing an improved standard of living, largely due to the nation's strengthening ties with trading partners like the United States. This prosperity also paved the way for robust social assistance programs, with initiatives ranging from the Canada Health Act to unemployment insurance, old age security, and publicly funded education. Canada's international footprint. Canada's gradual journey to autonomy mirrored countries like Australia and New Zealand, but what set Canada apart was its strategic international collaborations. With the onset of the Cold War, Canada aligned with the West, participating in alliances like NATO and NORAD. Canada's commitment to global peace and order was also evident in its involvement with the United Nations. The nation played significant roles in international conflicts such as the Korean War and peacekeeping missions in Egypt, Cyprus, Haiti, and other regions. The dynamics of Canada and Quebec. The post-war period witnessed a flourishing of French-Canadian culture, especially within Quebec. The Quiet Revolution of the 1960s marked significant socio-political changes. As the idea of Quebec separating from Canada grew, there were national responses, including the Royal Commission on Bilingualism and Biculturalism, leading to the Official Languages Act. While the province of Quebec had 2 referendums on sovereignty, both times it chose to stay with Canada. Still, the relationship remains a vibrant dialogue in the nation's narrative. Canada's social evolution. Over the past 5 decades, Canada has witnessed significant shifts in its social fabric. The country expanded educational opportunities, and more women joined the professional workforce. Crucially, the nation addressed historical voting rights wrongs, granting Asian descent Canadians, including Japanese Canadians, and Aboriginal people the right to vote. Canada opened its doors to refugees escaping oppression, from Hungary to Vietnam, bolstering the nation's commitment to multiculturalism. A celebration of Canadian arts, culture, and sports. Canadian artists have consistently reflected and enhanced the nation's cultural landscape. Literary figures like Michael Ondaatje, visual artists like Emily Carr, and filmmakers such as Dennis Arcand have earned both national and international acclaim. Sports, an integral aspect of Canadian culture, have produced legends like Wayne Gretzky in ice hockey and Donovan Bailey in athletics. Heroes like Terry Fox and Rick Hansen have also etched their legacies into Canadian history. Innovation and discovery. Canada's hallmark, Canada's spirit of innovation, has resulted in groundbreaking inventions that have changed the world. From Alexander Graham Bell's conception of the telephone to the development of the BlackBerry by Lazaridis and Balsillie, Canadians have been at the forefront of technological and scientific breakthroughs. Want to learn more about Canada's history? Visit a museum or National Historic Site. For those intrigued by Canada's rich history, museums and National Historic Sites offer a deep dive into its heritage. Whether it's the Virtual Museum of Canada or Parks Canada, a treasure trove of knowledge awaits. As Canada marches forward, its prosperity and diversity hinge on the collective efforts of its citizens, promising a brighter future filled with endless possibilities. Which international organization did GATT evolve into? A. NAFTA. B. WTO. C. EU. D. ASEAN. Answer: B. WTO. In which year was oil discovered in Alberta? A. 1947. B. 1945. C. 1927. D. 1951. Answer: A. 1947. What was unemployment insurance later renamed to? A. Unemployment benefit. B. Job assurance. C. Employment insurance. D. Job security. Answer: C. Employment insurance. What was Canada's role in the Korean War? A. Neutral. B. Defending North Korea. C. Defending South Korea. D. Mediation. Answer: C. Defending South Korea. Who invented basketball? A. Wayne Gretzky. B. Donovan Bailey. C. Terry Fox. D. James Naismith. Answer: D. James Naismith. What significant event in Quebec's history took place during the 1960s? A. The Great Movement. B. The Silent Era. C. The Quiet Revolution. D. The Vocal Uprising. Answer: C. The Quiet Revolution. In which year were Aboriginal people granted the right to vote in Canada? A. 1948. B. 1960. C. 1951. D. 1970. Answer: B. 1960. Who among the following is a celebrated Quebec sculptor of historical figures? A. Jean-Paul Riopelli. B. Emily Carr. C. Louis-Philippe Ebert. D. Kenowak Ashevik. Answer: C. Louis-Philippe Ebert. Who is associated with the invention of the BlackBerry? A. Alexander Graham Bell. B. Mike Lazaridis and Jim Balsillie. C. Reginald Fessenden. D. Dr. Wilder Penfield. Answer: B. Mike Lazaridis and Jim Balsillie. What is the primary purpose of NATO? A. Military alliance. B. Cultural exchange. C. Economic trade. D. Environmental conservation. Answer: A. Military alliance. Which act guarantees French and English services in the federal government across Canada? A. The Provincial Languages Act. B. The Quebec Service Act. C. The Bilingualism Act. D. The Official Languages Act. Answer: D. The Official Languages Act. The Group of Seven is best known for: A. Abstract art. B. Painting rugged wilderness landscapes. C. Soapstone sculptures. D. Historical sculptures. Answer: B. Painting rugged wilderness landscapes. Who invented the world system of standard time zones? A. Alexander Graham Bell. B. Sir Sandford Fleming. C. Joseph Armand Bombardier. D. Matthew Evans and Henry Woodward. Answer: B. Sir Sandford Fleming. To find a museum or national historic site in Canada, which website might you visit? A. Canadian Heritage. B. Canada Museums Association. C. Virtual Museum of Canada. D. Canada Art Portal. Answer: C. Virtual Museum of Canada. What is NORAD primarily concerned with? A. Economic trade. B. Aerospace defense. C. Cultural exchange. D. Environmental initiatives. Answer: B. Aerospace defense. Which Canadian author is known for their novel, The English Patient? A. Joy Kagawa. B. Margaret Lawrence. C. Stephen Leacock. D. Michael Ondaatje. Answer: D. Michael Ondaatje. Who is credited with the idea of the telephone during his stay in Canada? A. Matthew Evans. B. Reginald Fessenden. C. Alexander Graham Bell. D. Dr. John A. Hopps. Answer: C. Alexander Graham Bell. Who among the following is a renowned Canadian filmmaker? A. Stephen Leacock. B. Adam Egoyan. C. Louis Hemon. D. Sir Ernest Macmillan. Answer: B. Adam Egoyan. Chantal Petitclerc is known for her achievements in A. Wheelchair racing. B. Speed skating. C. Ice hockey. D. Basketball. Answer: A. Wheelchair racing. Who began a cross-country run called the Marathon of Hope to raise money for cancer research? A. Rick Hansen. B. Terry Fox. C. Donovan Bailey. D. James Naismith. Answer: B. Terry Fox. How Canadians govern themselves. From its majestic mountains to its sprawling cities, Canada's diverse landscapes are matched only by the complexity and elegance of its political system. Whether you're a curious observer, a student of politics, or a proud Canadian wanting to understand your country better, this video will unravel the layers of Canada's federal structure, its proud tradition of parliamentary democracy, and its rich heritage as a constitutional monarchy. Let's embark on this enlightening journey to understand how Canadians govern themselves. Federal state structure in Canada. Canada operates as a federal state, with a system encompassing federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments. These distinct levels of government came into existence with the Constitution Act of 1867, formerly known as the British North America Act. The federal government oversees areas of national and international relevance, such as defense, foreign policy, and currency. On the other hand, the provinces manage areas like education, health, and civil rights. Yet, some responsibilities, like agriculture and immigration, are jointly managed by both. This structure empowers provinces to craft policies best suited to their individual populations. This layered system also means that each province has an elected legislative assembly, paralleling the federal House of Commons. However, the three northern territories, due to their smaller populations, have their governments and assemblies without the official province status. Canada's parliamentary democracy. Canada is not just a federal state but also a parliamentary democracy. This means citizens elect representatives to the House of Commons in Ottawa and to their respective provincial and territorial legislatures. These representatives play a crucial role in forming laws, budgetary oversight, and ensuring government accountability. The Parliament consists of three components: the sovereign, Queen or King; the Senate, and the House of Commons. While the House of Commons has elected members, senators are appointed and serve until they reach 75 years of age. To introduce a new law, both these chambers must pass the proposed bill, which then receives the royal assent by the Governor-General, representing the sovereign. Making laws. When we delve into the process of lawmaking, there's a structured path. A bill undergoes several stages, from its first reading to debates on its principle, a thorough review by committee members, possible amendments, and subsequent readings. It also has to pass through the Senate, after which it requires royal assent before becoming law. This process underscores the importance of active participation in democracy. It's a duty of Canadian citizens, aged 18 and above, to engage in this democratic exercise by voting in various levels of elections. Canada as a constitutional monarchy. Lastly, Canada holds the unique position of being a constitutional monarchy. This means that while the nation has an hereditary sovereign as the head of state, the real governance is carried out under the Constitution. The sovereign's role is symbolic, representing Canadian sovereignty, safeguarding constitutional freedoms, and mirroring the country's rich history. The royal family exemplifies lifelong public service, fostering a spirit of dedication among Canadians. Furthermore, as the head of the Commonwealth, the sovereign binds Canada with 53 other countries striving for collective socio-economic and cultural advancement. This system differentiates between the ceremonial role of the head of state, the sovereign, and the actual governance led by the head of government, the Prime Minister. In Canada, the Governor-General symbolizes the sovereign, appointed based on the Prime Minister's recommendation. Similarly, in provinces, the Lieutenant Governor represents the sovereign. These appointments usually last for 5 years. A balancing act between the three pillars of government, executive, legislative, and judicial, ensures the rights and freedoms of Canadians. In each province and territory, an elected legislature deliberates and enacts laws. The terminology for members varies across regions. They might be called MLAs, MNAs, MPPs, or MHAs. The Premier in each province functions similarly to the federal Prime Minister, and the Lieutenant Governor parallels the Governor-General. In the territories, the Commissioner performs ceremonial duties, representing the federal government. In which year were the responsibilities of the federal and provincial governments defined? A. 1776. B. 1867. C. 1901. D. 1950. Answer: B. 1867. What is the responsibility of the provinces in Canada? A. Defense and foreign policy. B. Currency and navigation. C. Education and health. D. Intergovernmental relations. Answer: C. Education and health. How often are members traditionally elected to the House of Commons? A. Every 4 years. B. Every 2 years. C. Every 6 years. D. Every 5 years. Answer: A. Every 4 years. Who is Canada's head of state? A. The Prime Minister. B. The Governor-General. C. The Sovereign, Queen or King. D. The Premier. Answer: C. The Sovereign, Queen or King. Which stage in the legislative process allows members to make other amendments to a bill? A. First reading. B. Second reading. C. Committee stage. D. Report stage. Answer: D. Report stage. What role does the sovereign play in Canada's parliamentary system? A. Focus of citizenship and allegiance. B. Making legislative decisions. C. Overseeing foreign policy. D. Directing the government operations. Answer: A. Focus of citizenship and allegiance. Who represents the sovereign in Canada? A. The Prime Minister. B. The Premier. C. The Governor-General. D. The Speaker of the House. Answer: C. The Governor-General. Who appoints the Lieutenant Governor in the provinces? A. The Premier. B. The Governor-General. C. The Queen or King. D. The Prime Minister. Answer: B. The Governor-General. In the three territories, who plays a ceremonial role? A. The Premier. B. The Sovereign. C. The Governor-General. D. The Commissioner. Answer: D. The Commissioner. In what type of monarchy is the head of state hereditary but reigns in accordance with the rule of law? A. Absolute monarchy. B. Constitutional monarchy. C. Ceremonial monarchy. D. Direct monarchy. Answer: B. Constitutional monarchy. Which two branches of government have members that consider and review bills in Canada? A. Senate and the House of Commons. B. House of Commons and the Premier's office. C. The Sovereign's office and the Senate. D. The Senate and the Prime Minister's cabinet. Answer: A. Senate and the House of Commons. Which province or territory's elected representatives are known as members of the House of Assembly, MHAs? A. Quebec. B. Ontario. C. Newfoundland and Labrador. D. Manitoba. Answer: C. Newfoundland and Labrador. What distinguishes the roles of the Sovereign and the Prime Minister in Canada? A. The Sovereign is the head of state, while the Prime Minister is the head of government. B. The Sovereign and the Prime Minister have the same roles. C. The Sovereign oversees domestic policies, while the Prime Minister oversees foreign policies. D. The Prime Minister is the head of state, while the Sovereign is the head of government. Answer: A. The Sovereign is the head of state, while the Prime Minister is the head of government. Which country is not mentioned as another example of a constitutional monarchy? A. Australia. B. France. C. Denmark. D. Japan. Answer: B. France. Which act, now renamed, defined the responsibilities of the federal and provincial governments in 1867? A. Canada Act. B. British North America Act. C. Dominion Act. D. Commonwealth Act. Answer: B. British North America Act. Who takes responsibility for matters of national and international concern in Canada's federal state? A. Municipal government. B. Provincial government. C. Territorial government. D. Federal government. Answer: D. Federal government. How many parts does the Parliament in Canada have, and what are they? A. 2 parts. The House of Commons and the Senate. B. 3 parts. The House of Commons, the Senate, and the Sovereign, Queen or King. C. 4 parts. The House of Commons, the Senate, the Sovereign, and the Lieutenant Governor. D. 2 parts. The Senate and the Sovereign, Queen or King. Answer: B. 3 parts. The House of Commons, the Senate, and the Sovereign, Queen or King. Until what age do senators serve in Canada? A. 70. B. 65. C. 75. D. 80. Answer: C. 75. What right and responsibility do Canadian citizens aged 18 or more have in a democracy? A. To pay taxes. B. To join the military. C. To vote in elections. D. To hold a public office. Answer: C. To vote in elections. Who selects the cabinet ministers in the federal government of Canada? A. The Governor-General. B. The Queen or King. C. The House of Commons. D. The Prime Minister. Answer: D. The Prime Minister. Which entity gives a bill royal assent after it has been passed by both houses in Canada? A. The Prime Minister. B. The House of Commons. C. The Governor-General on behalf of the Sovereign. D. The Senate. Answer: C. The Governor-General on behalf of the Sovereign. What function does the Sovereign serve in Canada? A. A representation of Canadian autonomy. B. Direct ruling of the nation. C. Supervision of armed forces activities. D. Routine management duties. Answer: A. A representation of Canadian autonomy. Which of the following countries is not a member of the Commonwealth that the Sovereign links Canada to? A. India. B. Russia. C. South Africa. D. Malaysia. Answer: B. Russia. Which of the following best describes the relationship between the three branches of government in Canada? A. They always agree. B. They operate independently without interaction. C. They work together but sometimes in creative tension. D. They operate in a hierarchical manner. Answer: C. They work together but sometimes in creative tension. For how many years is the Governor-General of Canada usually appointed? A. 2. B. 4. C. 5. D. 7. Answer: C. 5. Which of the following is not a title for members of provincial or territorial legislatures? A. Members of the Provincial Parliament, MPPs. B. Members of the National Council, MNCs. C. Members of the Legislative Assembly, MLAs. D. Members of the House of Assembly, MHAs. Answer: B. Members of the National Council, MNCs. Which branch of government in Canada is primarily responsible for passing laws? A. Executive. B. Legislative. C. Judicial. D. Administrative. Answer: B. Legislative. Who is responsible for the operations and policy of the federal government in Canada? A. The Premier. B. The House of Commons. C. The Senate. D. The Prime Minister. Answer: D. The Prime Minister. Which territories in Canada do not have the status of provinces but carry out many of the same functions? A. Northern regions. B. Western regions. C. Southern regions. D. 3 Northern Territories. Answer: D. 3 Northern Territories. Federal elections and representation. In Canada, citizens participate in the electoral process to choose their representatives for the House of Commons. These representatives are known as Members of Parliament, or MPs. Federal elections are typically held on the third Monday of October every 4 years. However, an earlier election can be called by the Prime Minister through the Governor-General. The country is segmented into 308 electoral districts, also referred to as ridings or constituencies. Each of these geographic regions is represented by 1 megapixel in the House of Commons. These MPs play a crucial role in representing both their local constituency and the broader Canadian populace. Any Canadian citizen who is at least 18 years old is eligible to run for office in these elections, becoming what's known as a candidate. In each electoral district, the candidate securing the most votes becomes the representing MP. The right to vote. Voting is a central privilege of Canadian citizenship. To vote in federal elections or referendums, one must be a Canadian citizen, at least 18 years old on the voting day, and listed on the voters list. This list is curated by Elections Canada, a neutral entity of Parliament, from the National Register of Electors, a database containing eligible voters. Once an election is announced, registered electors are sent a voter information card indicating voting details. Even if someone is not on this list or hasn't received a card, they can still register to vote up to and including on the election day. Secret ballot and post-election protocols. In Canada, the right to a secret ballot is entrenched in law. This ensures that every individual's vote is confidential. After voting concludes, the ballots are promptly counted, and the results are disseminated through various media outlets. Following an election, the leader of the party with the most seats in the House of Commons is usually invited to form the government by the Governor-General. If this party has more than half of the total seats, it forms a majority government. Otherwise, it's a minority government. The leader becomes the Prime Minister, choosing other MPs to become ministers and form the cabinet. This cabinet is central to decision-making in the country. The parties not in power are deemed the opposition, with the largest among them being the official opposition. The voting procedures. 1. Voter information card. Registered voters receive a card detailing their voting information. 2. No card received. In case of non-receipt, one can contact the local elections office or Elections Canada. 3. Alternate voting. If unable to vote on election day, there are provisions for advance polls and special ballots. 4. Election day. Voters should visit their designated polling station with the necessary identification. 5. Marking the ballot. Voters mark an X beside their chosen candidate. 6. Privacy of voting. Voting is conducted behind a screen to ensure privacy. 7. Ballot submission. The ballot is then submitted in the ballot box. 8. Result announcement. After counting, the results are made available on various platforms, including the Elections Canada website. Other levels of government. Apart from the federal level, Canada also has local, municipal, and provincial, territorial governments. While municipal governments manage urban planning, sanitation, and local health services, among others, provincial and territorial governments handle areas like education, healthcare, and natural resources. The responsibilities differ from federal obligations such as national defense, foreign policy, and international trade. The First Nations, representing Indigenous peoples, also have their own governance structures with band chiefs and councillors managing crucial services on reserves. In addition, numerous Aboriginal organizations at various levels collaborate with different levels of Canadian government. What is the term for members of the House of Commons in Canada? A. Senators. B. Members of Parliament, MPs. C. Delegates. D. House Representatives. Answer. B. Members of Parliament, MPs. How often must federal elections be held in Canada, according to the legislation? A. Every 2 years. B. Every 3 years. C. Every 4 years. D. Every 5 years. Answer. C. Every 4 years. How many electoral districts are there in Canada? A. 205. B. 308. C. 450. D. 535. Answer. B. 308. What is the minimum age for a Canadian citizen to run in a federal election? A. 16. B. 18. C. 21. D. 25. Answer. B. 18. What agency of Parliament produces the voters' list for federal elections? A. Canadian Electoral Commission. B. Voters Canada. C. Elections Canada. D. National Election Agency. Answer. C. Elections Canada. What type of ballot ensures no one knows how you voted? A. Open ballot. B. Secret ballot. C. Anonymous ballot. D. Private ballot. Answer. B. Secret ballot. Who is invited by the Governor General to form the government after an election? A. The leader of the party with the least seats. B. The leader of the political party with the most seats. C. The current Prime Minister. D. The leader of the opposition. Answer. B. The leader of the political party with the most seats. What is it called when a party in power holds at least half of the seats in the House of Commons? A. Minority government. B. Coalition government. C. Majority government. D. Bipartisan government. Answer. C. Majority government. Who prepares the budget and proposes most new laws? A. The Cabinet. B. The House of Commons. C. The Governor General. D. The Senate. Answer. A. The Cabinet. Which party is known as the official opposition? A. The party with the second most seats. B. The party with the most seats. C. The party with the least seats. D. Any party not in power. Answer. A. The party with the second most seats. How can you vote if you cannot or do not wish to vote on election day? A. By mail only. B. By online submission. C. At the advance polls or by special ballot. D. You cannot vote if you miss the election day. Answer. C. At the advance polls or by special ballot. Who is responsible for streets, roads, and snow removal? A. Federal government. B. Provincial government. C. Municipal government. D. Territorial government. Answer. C. Municipal government. Who handles national defense? A. Municipal government. B. Provincial government. C. Territorial government. D. Federal government. Answer. D. Federal government. Which two provinces have their own policing? A. British Columbia and Alberta. B. Ontario and Quebec. C. Alberta and Saskatchewan. D. Newfoundland and Manitoba. Answer. B. Ontario and Quebec. Who takes care of housing, schools, and other services on First Nations reserves? A. Mayor or Reeve. B. Members of the House of Assembly, MHAs. C. Band chiefs and councillors. D. Members of Parliament, MPs. Answer. C. Band chiefs and councillors. Which individual has the authority to call for an earlier federal election if requested by the Prime Minister? A. The President of Canada. B. The Leader of the Opposition. C. The Speaker of the House. D. The Governor General. Answer. D. The Governor General. How many candidates can an electoral district have during an election? A. Only one from each party. B. Only two. C. Only three. D. There's no limit. Answer. D. There's no limit. To be eligible to vote in a federal election, which of these is not a requirement? A. Being a resident of Canada. B. Being at least 18 years old on voting day. C. Being on the voters list. D. Having a voter information card. Answer. D. Having a voter information card. In what scenario might the Prime Minister ask the Governor General to call an election before the 4-year term is completed? A. When the Prime Minister's popularity is high. B. During a national crisis. C. If a majority of the House of Commons vote against a major government decision. D. When a new party is formed. Answer. C. If a majority of the House of Commons vote against a major government decision. Who among the following is not part of the cabinet? A. Leader of the official opposition. B. Prime Minister. C. Ministers of the Crown. D. Members chosen by the Prime Minister. Answer. A. Leader of the official opposition. Who among the following is responsible for proposing most new laws? A. The Governor General. B. The Cabinet. C. The official opposition. D. Elections Canada. Answer. B. The Cabinet. What is the role of the opposition parties? A. To support all government proposals. B. To peacefully oppose or try to improve government proposals. C. To elect the Prime Minister. D. To manage federal departments. Answer. B. To peacefully oppose or try to improve government proposals. What must you do if you haven't received a voter information card? A. You cannot vote. B. Call your local elections office. C. Wait for the next election. D. Only vote via a special ballot. Answer. B. Call your local elections office. What action do poll officials take before you deposit your marked ballot in the ballot box? A. They verify the candidate you voted for. B. They tear off the ballot number. C. They stamp the ballot. D. They check your ID again. Answer. B. They tear off the ballot number. Which is not a responsibility of the federal government? A. Health care. B. Foreign policy. C. National defense. D. Citizenship. Answer. A. Health care. Which party is not mentioned as one of the major parties represented in the House of Commons? A. Conservative Party. B. Liberal Party. C. Green Party. D. New Democratic Party. Answer. C. Green Party. Who is responsible for firefighting in most major urban centers? A. Federal government. B. Provincial government. C. Municipal government. D. Territorial government. Answer. C. Municipal government. Who are the voice for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people in their relationships with the federal, provincial, and territorial governments? A. Band chiefs and councillors. B. Mayor or reeve. C. Provincial, regional, and national Aboriginal organizations. D. Members of Parliament, MPs. Answer. C. Provincial, regional, and national Aboriginal organizations. Where can Canadian citizens see the election results once the polls close? A. On the radio only. B. On the official party websites. C. On the Elections Canada website. D. In international newspapers. Answer: C. On the Elections Canada website. Which of the following is not a responsibility of the municipal government? A. Foreign policy. B. Snow removal. C. Firefighting. D. Emergency services. Answer: A. Foreign policy. The Canadian justice system and its components. In Canada, the justice system ensures that every individual is treated fairly and given due process under the law. This promise of due process is deeply rooted in the foundational principles upon which the Canadian judicial system stands. At the heart of these principles is the presumption of innocence in criminal cases. This means that an individual is considered innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Canada's legal heritage is rich and encompasses essential values such as the rule of law, freedom under the law, democratic principles, and of course, due process. Due process emphasizes the obligation of the government to honor every legal right an individual is entitled to. It's a reminder that everyone, regardless of their status, must be treated fairly under the law. This nation operates under an organized set of laws, which serve as written guidelines meant to direct the behavior of its citizens. Elected representatives are responsible for the creation of these laws. They are reflective of the nation's values and aim to provide a structured, peaceful means of resolving disputes. Courts in Canada. When we talk about the courts in Canada, the Supreme Court stands at the pinnacle. It's the highest court in the country. However, several other courts play crucial roles in the judicial system. For federal matters, the Federal Court of Canada is the go-to institution. On a provincial level, most provinces house both an appeal court and a trial court. These might be referred to as the Court of Queen's Bench or the Supreme Court, depending on the region. Besides these, there are specific courts dedicated to certain matters, like provincial courts for minor offenses, family courts, traffic courts, and even small claims courts that deal with civil disputes involving limited sums of money. The role and types of police in Canada. Keeping citizens safe and ensuring the enforcement of the law is the duty of the police. They are a beacon of help in numerous scenarios, from accidents and thefts to witnessing crimes or reporting missing individuals. Canada houses various police forces. Provincial police forces operate in Ontario and Quebec. Municipal police departments, on the other hand, function across all provinces. Then there's the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, or RCMP. They have a broad mandate, enforcing federal laws across the country. Additionally, they act as the provincial police in regions excluding Ontario and Quebec, and even in certain municipalities. It's crucial to remember that the police are service providers, there to assist the public. If ever there's doubt about their service or conduct, individuals have the right to raise questions. Most police departments have established mechanisms allowing citizens to report concerns and seek requisite actions. Navigating legal help. When legal issues arise, lawyers are professionals trained to provide assistance, represent individuals in court, and navigate the complexities of the justice system. Recognizing that not everyone can afford legal services, many communities in Canada offer legal aid. This ensures that individuals, irrespective of their financial status, can access legal help either free of cost or at a nominal charge. What does the Canadian justice system guarantee? A. Due process under the law. B. Financial support to every citizen. C. Free legal services for all cases. D. Immediate justice without a trial. Answer: A. Due process under the law. On what principle is the Canadian judicial system founded in criminal matters? A. Guilty until proven innocent. B. Innocent until proven guilty. C. Innocent only if evidence is provided. D. Guilty based on accusations. Answer: B. Innocent until proven guilty. What does due process mean? A. Speedy justice. B. Government interference in legal matters. C. Principle that the government must respect all legal rights a person is entitled to. D. Making decisions without following the law. Answer. C. Principle that the government must respect all legal rights a person is entitled to. Who makes the laws in Canada? A. The police. B. The courts. C. Elected representatives. D. Common citizens. Answer. C. Elected representatives. The law in Canada applies to whom? A. Only to citizens. B. Only to judges and politicians. C. Only to foreign residents. D. Everyone, including judges and politicians. Answer. D. Everyone, including judges and politicians. Which is Canada's highest court? A. The Federal Court. B. Provincial Court of Appeals. C. Court of Queen's Bench. D. The Supreme Court of Canada. Answer. D. The Supreme Court of Canada. What does the Federal Court of Canada deal with? A. Provincial matters. B. Municipal disputes. C. Matters concerning the federal government. D. Small claims. Answer. C. Matters concerning the federal government. Which police force enforces federal laws throughout Canada? A. Municipal police departments. B. Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP. C. Provincial police forces. D. Federal Investigation Bureau. Answer. B. Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP. In which provinces are there provincial police forces? A. British Columbia and Alberta. B. Manitoba and Saskatchewan. C. Ontario and Quebec. D. Newfoundland and New Brunswick. Answer. C. Ontario and Quebec. What's the main purpose of the police in Canada? A. To keep people safe and enforce the law. B. To provide legal advice. C. Only to investigate crimes. D. To create new regulations for public safety. Answer. A. To keep people safe and enforce the law. What is the primary function of the courts in Canada? A. To enforce laws. B. To create laws. C. To settle disputes. D. To elect representatives. Answer. C. To settle disputes. What is the role of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, in provinces other than Ontario and Quebec? A. They serve only in municipalities. B. They don't operate there. C. They handle only federal cases. D. They act as provincial police. Answer. D. They act as provincial police. If someone can't afford a lawyer, what option might they have? A. They won't get any legal assistance. B. They can get legal aid services. C. They can ask the police for legal advice. D. They can represent themselves in the Supreme Court of Canada. Answer. B. They can get legal aid services. Which court deals with civil cases involving small sums of money? A. The Federal Court of Canada. B. Court of Queen's Bench. C. Small claims courts. D. Provincial courts for lesser offenses. Answer. C. Small claims courts. Why are laws in Canada made? A. Only to control the public. B. To provide order in society and a peaceful way to settle disputes. C. Just to uphold democratic values. D. Solely to be enforced by the police. Answer. B. To provide order in society and a peaceful way to settle disputes. True or false? The presumption in the Canadian judicial system is that everyone is guilty until proven innocent. Answer: false. Our judicial system is founded on the presumption of innocence in criminal matters, meaning everyone is innocent until proven guilty. What does due process refer to in the Canadian legal system? A. The speed at which courts operate. B. The process by which laws are made. C. The principle that the government must respect all legal rights a person is entitled to under the law. D. The procedure police follow during arrests. Answer: C. The principle that the government must respect all legal rights a person is entitled to under the law. Which of the following courts is the highest in Canada? A. The Federal Court of Canada. B. The Supreme Court of Canada. C. Court of Queen's Bench. D. Provincial Appeal Court. Answer: B. The Supreme Court of Canada. Which police force operates in all provinces and territories except Ontario and Quebec? A. Municipal Police. B. Provincial Police. C. RCMP. D. Federal Police. Answer: C. RCMP. What does the Court of Queen's Bench typically refer to in most provinces? A. An appellate court. B. A trial court. C. A federal court. D. A family court. Answer: B. A trial court. True or false? If someone cannot afford a lawyer in Canada, there are no options available for them to receive legal help. Answer: false. If you cannot pay for a lawyer, in most communities there are legal aid services available free of charge or at a low cost. What are the roles of the police in Canada? A. To collect taxes from citizens. B. To keep people safe and enforce the law. C. To draft new legislation for the country. D. To adjudicate legal disputes between parties. Answer: B. To keep people safe and enforce the law. What is the role of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP? A. Enforce provincial laws in Ontario and Quebec. B. Enforce municipal laws. C. Enforce federal laws throughout Canada and serve as provincial police in all areas except Ontario and Quebec. D. Oversee other police forces. Answer: C. Enforce federal laws throughout Canada and serve as provincial police in all areas except Ontario and Quebec. True or false? You cannot question the police about their service or conduct in Canada. Answer: false. You can also question the police about their service or conduct if you feel you need to. Almost all police forces in Canada have a process by which you can bring your concerns to the police and seek action. Why are laws made in Canada? A. To provide guidelines for police enforcement. B. To delineate federal and provincial boundaries. C. Solely for criminal proceedings. D. To provide order in society and a peaceful way to settle disputes, and to express the values and beliefs of Canadians. Answer: D. To provide order in society and a peaceful way to settle disputes, and to express the values and beliefs of Canadians. True or false? All police forces in Canada come under the jurisdiction of the RCMP. Answer: false. There are different types of police in Canada. While the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, enforce federal laws throughout Canada and serve as the provincial police in all provinces and territories except Ontario and Quebec, as well as in some municipalities, there are also provincial police forces in Ontario and Quebec and municipal police departments in all provinces. Which two provinces have their own provincial police forces? A. Quebec and Ontario. B. Alberta and British Columbia. C. Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. D. Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Answer: A. Quebec and Ontario. Who enforces the laws in Canada? A. Lawyers. B. The public. C. The police. D. Politicians. Answer: C. The police. Canadian symbols and national identity. The Canadian crown. Dating back 400 years, the crown stands as a powerful symbol of the state in Canada. While Canada officially became a constitutional monarchy in 1867 under Queen Victoria, it has been represented by Queen Elizabeth II since 1952. Today, the crown symbolizes the foundation and governance of Canadian institutions, from the legislatures and courts to the police and armed forces. Flags in Canada. Canada's present-day flag, boasting a red-white-red pattern, first flew in 1965. Drawing inspiration from the flag of the Royal Military College, Kingston, established in 1876, it also pays homage to the national colors adopted in 1921. But let's not forget the Canadian Red Ensign, which for a century represented Canada, or the Union Jack, our official royal flag. Each province and territory also has its unique flag, reflecting its individual traditions. Key national symbols. The maple leaf. One of Canada's most recognized emblems, the maple leaf traces its roots as a symbol to the 1700s with the French Canadians. It has decorated Canadian uniforms since the 1850s and marks the resting places of fallen soldiers. The fleur-de-lis. With a rich history that goes back to the year 496 with the French king, the fleur-de-lis stood as a symbol for French royalty in the colony of New France for over 1,000 years. Quebec's flag, crafted in 1948, beautifully integrates this symbol. Coat of arms and motto. Post-World War I, Canada embraced an official coat of arms and a national motto, A mare usque ad mare, which translates to, from sea to sea. This emblem incorporates symbols from England, France, Scotland, and Ireland. Architectural marvels. Canada's Parliament buildings, completed in the 1860s, meld French, English, and Aboriginal traditions with the Gothic Revival architectural style. The Peace Tower, established in memory of World War I, houses the Memorial Chamber. And the provincial legislatures stand as architectural treasures in their own right. Popular sports. Hockey dominates the Canadian sports scene as the most watched and the national winter sport. Canada also takes pride in its Indigenous sports like Canadian football and lacrosse, while curling and soccer hold significant cultural value. Significant emblems. The beaver. Symbolizing industriousness, the beaver has deep historical connections, representing entities like the Hudson's Bay Company and cities like Montreal and Toronto. Official languages. English and French, Canada's two official languages, stand as potent symbols of the nation's identity, emphasizing partnership and harmony. The 1969 Official Languages Act promotes equality between these languages in various facets of society. Musical expressions. O Canada, first sung in 1880, became the national anthem in 1980. Sung in both English and French, it evokes feelings of pride and unity. The country also has a royal anthem, God Save the Queen, or King, to honor the sovereign. Honoring excellence. Canada cherishes its exemplary citizens through honors like the Order of Canada, established in 1967. Another esteemed accolade, the Victoria Cross, rewards conspicuous bravery and valor. Noteworthy Canadians, from Lieutenant Alexander Roberts Dunn to Lieutenant Robert Hampton Gray, have been recipients of this honor. Mark your calendars. Canada's calendar is dotted with national public holidays and significant dates, from New Year's Day on January 1st to Boxing Day on December 26th. These dates, like Vimy Day on April 9th and Canada Day on July 1st, underscore the country's rich history and diversity. In wrapping up today's lesson, it's evident that Canadian symbols, both historical and contemporary, intertwine to narrate the incredible story of this nation and its people. Which of the following is Canada's most popular spectator sport? A. Soccer. B. Hockey. C. Canadian football. D. Curling. Answer: B. Hockey. What does the maple leaf symbolize for Canada? A. A type of tree only found in Canada. B. The Canadian national identity. C. The Canadian Army. D. Canadian currency. Answer: B. The Canadian national identity. Which animal is seen on the 5-cent coin in Canada? A. Moose. B. Deer. C. Beaver. D. Bear. Answer: C. Beaver. What is the meaning of Canada's national motto, Amare usque ad mare? A. Unity in diversity. B. From mountains to oceans. C. From sea to sea. D. Forever strong. Answer: C. From sea to sea. What year was the new Canadian flag raised for the first time? A. 1960. B. 1965. C. 1970. D. 1975. Answer: B. 1965. Which flower became the symbol of French royalty for more than 1,000 years? A. Rose. B. Lily. C. Fleur de lis. D. Daisy. Answer: C. Fleur de lis. When did Canada become a constitutional monarchy in its own right? A. 1776. B. 1800. C. 1867. D. 1901. Answer: C. 1867. What is the role of the crown in Canada? A. A symbol of the state. B. A symbol of religion. C. A symbol of wealth. D. A symbol of education. Answer: A. A symbol of the state. Which building was completed in 1927 in memory of the First World War? A. The Memorial Chamber. B. The Peace Tower. C. The Center Block. D. The Quebec National Assembly. Answer: B. The Peace Tower. What are the official languages of Canada? A. English and Spanish. B. French and Spanish. C. English and German. D. English and French. Answer: D. English and French. When was O Canada proclaimed as the national anthem? A. 1970. B. 1975. C. 1980. D. 1985. Answer: C. 1980. Which Canadian holiday is celebrated on July 1st? A. Victoria Day. B. Canada Day. C. Labor Day. D. Sir John A. Macdonald Day. Answer: B. Canada Day. What is the royal anthem of Canada? A. God Bless the Queen. B. O Canada. C. God Save the Queen. D. The Maple Leaf Forever. Answer: C. God Save the Queen. Which award is the highest honor available to Canadians for bravery? A. The Order of Canada. B. The Canadian Medal of Honor. C. The Victoria Cross. D. The Canadian Shield. Answer: C. The Victoria Cross. Which part of the Parliament buildings is the only part of the original building remaining after the 1916 fire? A. The center block. B. The east wing. C. The library. D. The Peace Tower. Answer: C. The library. What was the main purpose of the Official Languages Act passed in 1969? A. Promote English over French. B. Banish the use of French in governmental proceedings. C. Establish equality between French and English in Parliament and other institutions. D. Encourage Canadians to learn a third language. Answer: C. Establish equality between French and English in Parliament and other institutions. What is the significance of the Peace Tower in the Parliament buildings? A. It commemorates Canada's independence. B. It is built in memory of the First World War. C. It was where the first Parliament session was held. D. It represents Canada's ties to France. Answer: B. It is built in memory of the First World War. Which national anthem includes the line, "Ton front est Saint de Florence Gloria"? A. God Save the Queen. B. Du Protégé la Reine. C. O Canada, English version. D. O Canada, French version. Answer: D. O Canada, French version. The Canadian Red Ensign was A. The first Canadian flag. B. A military flag used during battles. C. A flag that served as the Canadian flag for about 100 years. D. The official flag of the Royal Military College. Answer: C. A flag that served as the Canadian flag for about 100 years. Which province's National Assembly is built in the French Second Empire style? A. British Columbia. B. Quebec. C. Ontario. D. Alberta. Answer: B. Quebec. Which sport was introduced by Scottish pioneers to Canada? A. Ice hockey. B. Football. C. Curling. D. Lacrosse. Answer: C. Curling. The beaver is an emblem for all of the following except A. Hudson's Bay Company. B. St. Jean Baptiste Society. C. The Canadian Red Ensign. D. Royal Military College. Answer: D. Royal Military College. Which Canadian city does not feature the beaver on its coat of arms? A. Montreal. B. Toronto. C. Vancouver. D. Ottawa. Answer: C. Vancouver. The motto, Amare usque ad mare, translates to A. Strong and free. B. From mountains to valleys. C. From sea to sea. D. Unity in diversity. Answer: C. From sea to sea. The library in the Parliament buildings. A. Was rebuilt in 1922 after a fire. B. Is the only part of the original building remaining. C. Was built to commemorate the Second World War. D. Houses the Books of Remembrance. Answer: B. Is the only part of the original building remaining. Which of the following soldiers was not awarded the Victoria Cross? A. Lieutenant Alexander Roberts Dunn. B. Captain Paul Triquet. C. Captain Billy Bishop. D. Lieutenant James Richardson. Answer: D. Lieutenant James Richardson. The Clarkson Cup is awarded for A. Men's hockey. B. Women's soccer. C. Men's football. D. Women's hockey. Answer: D. Women's hockey. Which of the following is not one of the main objectives of the Official Languages Act? A. Establish equality between French and English in Canadian society. B. Ban the use of other languages in official documents. C. Maintain and develop official language minority communities in Canada. D. Promote equality of French and English in Canadian society. Answer: B. Ban the use of other languages in official documents. Who was the first Canadian to be awarded the Victoria Cross? A. Flying Ace Captain Billy Bishop. B. Lieutenant Alexander Roberts Dunn. C. Lieutenant Robert Hampton Gray. D. Corporal Philip Conowell. Answer: B. Lieutenant Alexander Roberts Dunn. Which event is celebrated on Vimy Day? A. Canada's independence from Britain. B. The victory at Vimy Ridge during the First World War. C. The founding of Canada's first Parliament. D. The coronation of Queen Victoria. Answer: B. The victory at Vimy Ridge during the First World War. Canada's economy and its relationship with the U.S. Canada, a trading powerhouse. Canada's economic strength is deeply rooted in its rich history of trade. From its early days, commerce has been the catalyst propelling the nation's growth, so much so that Canadians couldn't uphold their standard of living without trading on the global stage. The significant leap in this journey came in 1988 when Canada embraced free trade with its southern neighbor, the United States. This alliance expanded in 1994 to include Mexico under the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, bringing together over 444 million people and accounting for more than $1 trillion in merchandise trade by 2008. Such strides in commerce have placed Canada on the global map, earning it a spot among the top 10 economies worldwide and inclusion in the G8, alongside economic giants like the US, Germany, the UK, and others. Pillars of Canada's economy. Diving deeper into Canada's economic structure, we find it resting on three significant industries: service industries, manufacturing industries, natural resources industries. Service industries, spanning sectors like transportation, healthcare, banking, tourism, and government, among others. The service industry is the leading employer in Canada. Remarkably, over 75% of the Canadian workforce finds its livelihood here. Manufacturing industries. Serving both local and international markets, Canada's manufacturing sector produces a diverse range of products. From high-tech equipment, aerospace tech, automobiles to essentials like food and clothing, this industry is vast and varied. And when we talk about international trade, it's impossible to ignore the massive role of the United States as Canada's chief trading partner. Natural resources industries. Encompassing sectors like forestry, fishing, agriculture, mining, and energy, this industry has been foundational in shaping Canada's historical and economic narrative. Even today, several regions in Canada owe their economic vitality to these natural resources, with a notable chunk of the nation's exports being resource commodities. Canada and the U.S., an inseparable economic bond. The bond between Canada and the United States isn't just about proximity. It's about shared economic interests and intertwined destinies. With over 3/4 of Canadian exports finding their way to the U.S., this relationship stands as the world's largest bilateral trade relationship. Together, both nations have carved integrated supply chains that stand tall against global competition, exporting billions in products ranging from energy, machinery, automotive, to agricultural and consumer goods. And this isn't just about goods, it's about people. Millions traverse what's famously called the world's longest undefended border, safely each year. A testament to this enduring bond is the Peace Arch in Washington's Blaine, bearing inscriptions that read, "Children of a common mother," and "Brethren dwelling together in unity," aptly encapsulating the deep ties and shared aspirations of these two great nations. What was established between Canada and the United States in 1988? A. NAFTA. B. Free Trade Agreement. C. G8 Partnership. D. Peace Arch Agreement. Answer: B. Free Trade Agreement. When did Mexico become a partner in the NAFTA? A. 1988. B. 1990. C. 1994. D. 2000. Answer: C. 1994. How many people were covered under NAFTA by 2008? A. 100 million. B. 444 million. C. 1 billion. D. 2 billion. Answer: B. 444 million. What percentage of working Canadians have jobs in service industries? A. 50%. B. 65%. C. 75%. D. 85%. Answer: C. 75%. Which industry in Canada produces automobiles? A. Service. B. Natural resources. C. Retail. D. Manufacturing. Answer: D. Manufacturing. Which of the following countries is not a part of the G8 group? A. Australia. B. Italy. C. France. D. Japan. Answer: A. Australia. Canada's largest international trading partner is A. United States. B. United Kingdom. C. Mexico. D. France. Answer: A. United States. Which industry has played a significant role in Canada's history and development? A. Retail services. B. Tourism. C. Natural resources. D. Aerospace technology. Answer: C. Natural resources. What is inscribed on the Peace Arch at Blaine in the state of Washington? A. Land of the Free. B. Children of a Common Mother. C. Brothers in Trade. D. Unity and Strength. Answer: B. Children of a Common Mother. What do Canada and the USA have in common in terms of their trading relationship? A. They have the biggest bilateral trading relationship in Asia. B. They have the biggest bilateral trading relationship in the world. C. Canada exports more to Japan than the USA. D. The USA exports more energy products to Canada than any other product. Answer: B. They have the biggest bilateral trading relationship in the world. By 2008, the merchandise trade under NAFTA was over A. $500 billion. B. $750 billion. C. $1 trillion. D. $1.5 trillion. Answer: C. $1 trillion. Which of the following is not a product exported by Canada? A. Paper. B. Telecommunication software. C. Machinery. D. Aerospace technology. Answer: B. Telecommunication software. What percentage of Canadian exports go to the USA? A. Over 50%. B. Over 60%. C. Over 70%. D. Over 75%. Answer: D. Over 75%. The world's longest undefended border traditionally refers to the border between A. Canada and Mexico. B. USA and Mexico. C. Canada and USA. D. Canada and Russia. Answer: C. Canada and USA. The other phrase inscribed on the peace arch besides "Children of a Common Mother" is A. Forever United, B. Brothers across borders, C. Brethren dwelling together in unity, D. Trade binds us. Answer: C. Brethren dwelling together in unity. Which industry in Canada includes forestry, fishing, and agriculture? A. Service, B. Natural resources, C. Manufacturing, D. Retail. Answer: B. Natural resources. Where is the Peace Arch located? A. Blaine, Washington, B. Ottawa, Ontario, C. Vancouver, British Columbia, D. Toronto, Ontario. Answer: A. Blaine, Washington. Which is not a job category under Canada's service industry? A. Banking, B. Healthcare, C. Tourism, D. Aerospace technology production. Answer: D. Aerospace technology production. In which year was NAFTA expanded to include Mexico? A. 1986, B. 1994, C. 1992, D. 1998. Answer: B. 1994. What does Canada export worth billions of dollars every year? A. Only energy products, B. Only agricultural products, C. A mix of energy products, industrial goods, machinery, and more, D. Only aerospace technology. Answer: C. A mix of energy products, industrial goods, machinery, and more. Exploring the geographical regions of Canada. Canada's stature and boundaries. Spanning over a vast area of 10 million square kilometers, Canada is renowned as the world's second-largest country. Its majestic boundaries are outlined by three significant oceans: the Pacific to the west, the Atlantic to the east, and the Arctic in the north. To the south, Canada shares a robust and efficient boundary with the United States, symbolizing safety and commitment between the two nations. Diverse geographical regions of Canada. The diverse landscape of Canada is divided into 5 unique regions. The Atlantic Provinces, Central Canada, the Prairie Provinces, the West Coast, the Northern Territories. Ottawa, the national capital. Chosen by Queen Victoria in 1857, Ottawa, situated on the Ottawa River, stands as Canada's capital and is ensconced within the National Capital Region, a space dedicated to preserving the area's rich heritage and natural beauty. Provinces and territories. Canada boasts 10 provinces and 3 territories, each adorned with its own capital city. Demographics of Canada. Canada is a bustling nation with a population hovering around 34 million. While urban areas magnetize a majority, the charm of small towns and the serenity of rural expanses are equally embraced by Canadians. The Atlantic Provinces. The Atlantic Provinces comprise Newfoundland and Labrador, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. A hub of natural resources, Atlantic Canada's history and development have been shaped by its coastal resources and diverse industries like fishing and mining. Each province here, be it Newfoundland and Labrador or Prince Edward Island, has its unique culture and significance. For example, Newfoundland and Labrador's links with the sea signify its rich heritage, while Prince Edward Island's red soil symbolizes its agricultural dominance. Newfoundland and Labrador. Newfoundland and Labrador, with its capital at St. John's, a city known for its colorful row houses and rich history. It's the easternmost point of North America and boasts its own time zone. While historically it's been celebrated for its fishing, it's now making waves with its offshore oil and gas extraction. Prince Edward Island, PEI. Prince Edward Island, often called the birthplace of Canada, with Charlottetown serving as its capital. Prince Edward Island, PEI, which is known for its red soil, pristine beaches, and potatoes. But did you know? This tiny province is also the birthplace of the Canadian Confederation and is immortalized by the iconic Anne of Green Gables story. Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia, shaped somewhat like a lobster claw, proudly calls Halifax its capital. It's a city bursting with maritime heritage. Nova Scotia has its identity deeply rooted in shipbuilding, fisheries, and its famed Bay of Fundy tides. Its capital, Halifax, has been instrumental in Atlantic trade and has a naval base of significant importance. Nova Scotia, with its Celtic and Gaelic traditions, offers a plethora of festivals. New Brunswick. New Brunswick's capital, Fredericton, is nestled along the St. John River, providing a picturesque setting. New Brunswick greets us with its rich history, being home to United Empire Loyalists. Its unique bilingual population adds to its cultural charm, with a blend of Loyalist and French heritage. Central Canada. Home to over half of Canada's population, Central Canada, encompassing Ontario and Quebec, stands as the nation's industrial core. Quebec, with its French-speaking majority, has industries rooted in the Canadian Shield's resources. In contrast, Ontario, with its diverse population, is the hub of Canada's financial and manufacturing activities. Quebec. Quebec, often regarded as Canada's French-speaking core, has the lively Quebec City as its capital. Known for its significant French-speaking community, Quebec is a testament to the nation's diversity. From the expansive Canadian Shield's resources to its vibrant art scene, the province is multifaceted. Montreal, embodying this diversity, is a global ambassador for Quebec's cultural richness. Ontario. Ontario, boasting the highest population in Canada, claims the dynamic city of Toronto as its capital. Housing over a third of Canada's residents, Ontario shines with Toronto as its shining centerpiece, underlining the province's economic might. Spanning from the lively Niagara region to its notable French-speaking communities, Ontario intertwines both tradition and contemporary vibes. Additionally, it proudly borders 5 spectacular Great Lakes alongside the U.S. The Prairie Provinces. Comprising Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, these provinces are the storehouses of energy resources and fertile farmlands. While Manitoba is known for its agricultural and power generation prowess, Saskatchewan is renowned for its grain production. Alberta stands out with its national parks and significance in the oil and gas industry. Manitoba. Manitoba, with Winnipeg as its capital, is often referred to as the gateway to the West. This province showcases a mix of farming, mining, and energy production. Winnipeg, at its heart, beautifully melds both Francophone and Ukrainian influences. Saskatchewan. Regina, the capital of Saskatchewan, stands as a testament to the endless prairies that define the region's vast openness. Often referred to as the breadbasket, Saskatchewan is essential to Canada due to its expansive fertile lands, primarily producing grains and oilseeds. Furthermore, Regina is notably recognized as the training hub for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Alberta. Alberta, with the breathtaking Rockies as its backdrop, has Edmonton as its capital. The city is famed for its expansive mall and vibrant festivals. Alberta showcases diverse scenery, from the towering Rocky Mountains to the ancient Badlands. It plays a significant role in the energy domain with its abundant oil sands and gas deposits. Furthermore, its extensive ranches are a cornerstone of Canada's beef production. The West Coast. British Columbia represents Canada's West Coast, known for its striking mountains and role as Canada's Pacific Gateway. The province, with its extensive park system and varied industries, showcases cultural diversity with a significant Asian influence. British Columbia. Located on the Pacific coastline, British Columbia boasts Victoria as its charming and historically rich capital. This province, characterized by its impressive mountain ranges, serves as Canada's primary access point to the Pacific. Vancouver stands out as a major hub in BC, playing an integral role in international commerce. The province's economy is robustly supported by its diverse forestry, mining, and burgeoning wine sectors. Furthermore, British Columbia is celebrated for its extensive parks and the rich tapestry of its multicultural populace. The Northern Territories. The Northern Territories, consisting of the Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and Yukon. This region, though vast, has a sparse population. With mines rich in precious metals and an environment that witnesses extreme climatic conditions, these territories are unique in their own right. For instance, Yukon celebrates its gold rush history, while Nunavut, predominantly inhabited by the Inuit, prioritizes Inuktitut as a primary language. Yukon. The capital of Yukon is Whitehorse, a name that fittingly reflects its wintry terrains. Yukon is synonymous with the gold rush era from the 1890s and is famed for housing Mount Logan, Canada's tallest peak. Northwest Territories. The Northwest Territories, known for the mesmerizing display of northern lights, claim Yellowknife as their capital. Yellowknife, the hub for diamond activity, also stands as a sentinel beside the vast expanse of the Mackenzie River. Nunavut. Nunavut, the most recent and expansive of the territories, houses its capital in Iqaluit, where Inuit customs harmoniously intertwine with contemporary life. Named Nunavut, meaning our land, this territory is a testament to Inuit heritage. Formed in 1999, it previously constituted the eastern section of the Northwest Territories. Guardians of the North, the Canadian Rangers. Ensuring security in the expansive north of Canada, the Canadian Rangers of the Canadian Forces Reserves safeguard Canada's Arctic region. With Indigenous knowledge and experience at their core, these Rangers navigate the challenging terrains, symbolizing Canada's commitment to preserving its northern frontier. Which ocean is located to the east of Canada? A. Arctic Ocean. B. Pacific Ocean. C. Indian Ocean. D. Atlantic Ocean. Answer: D. Atlantic Ocean. Which city was chosen as the capital of Canada in 1857? A. Toronto. B. Montreal. C. Ottawa. D. Quebec. Answer: C. Ottawa. How many provinces does Canada have? A. 5. B. 10. C. 8. D. 15. Answer: B. 10. Which province is known for its beaches, red soil, and agriculture? A. Nova Scotia. B. Prince Edward Island. C. New Brunswick. D. Newfoundland and Labrador. Answer: B. Prince Edward Island. Which province has the city with Canada's largest naval base? A. Nova Scotia. B. Prince Edward Island. C. Newfoundland and Labrador. D. New Brunswick. Answer: A. Nova Scotia. Which province is known for its forestry products and is on the Pacific coast? A. Alberta. B. Quebec. C. British Columbia. D. Manitoba. Answer: C. British Columbia. Which territory has the Diamond Capital of North America? A. Yukon. B. Northwest Territories. C. Nunavut. D. Manitoba. Answer: B. Northwest Territories. What is the capital of Nunavut? A. Yellowknife. B. Whitehorse. C. Iqaluit. D. Resolute. Answer: C. Iqaluit. Who is considered one of Canada's greatest scientists and has a mountain in the Yukon named after him? A. Robert W. Service. B. Sir William Logan. C. Martin Frobisher. D. Rupert. Answer: B. Sir William Logan. Which province has the longest continuous multi-span bridge in the world, the Confederation Bridge? A. Nova Scotia. B. New Brunswick. C. Prince Edward Island. D. Newfoundland and Labrador. Answer: C. Prince Edward Island. Which river system in the Northwest Territories is the second longest in North America? A. Mackenzie River. B. St. Lawrence River. C. Mississippi River. D. Hudson River. Answer: A. Mackenzie River. Which province is associated with the title Breadbasket of the World? A. Manitoba. B. Saskatchewan. C. Alberta. D. British Columbia. Answer: B. Saskatchewan. The English explorer who explored the Arctic for Queen Elizabeth I in 1576 was A. Sir William Logan. B. Robert W. Service. C. Martin Frobisher. D. Rupert. Answer: C. Martin Frobisher. Which province is the birthplace of Confederation? A. Nova Scotia. B. Newfoundland and Labrador. C. Prince Edward Island. D. New Brunswick. Answer: C. Prince Edward Island. The port of which city is Canada's gateway to the Asia-Pacific? A. Vancouver. B. Montreal. C. Toronto. D. Halifax. Answer: A. Vancouver. Which province is the birthplace of Confederation? A. Newfoundland and Labrador. B. Nova Scotia. C. Prince Edward Island. D. New Brunswick. Answer: C. Prince Edward Island. What is Winnipeg known for in Manitoba? A. Its forestry products. B. Its exchange district. C. Its naval base. D. Its wine industry. Answer: B. Its exchange district. What is Montreal renowned for in Quebec? A. Its lumber industry. B. Its cultural diversity. C. Its wine industry. D. Its Francophone Acadian Centre. Answer: B. Its cultural diversity. Ontario and Quebec produce more than what percentage of all Canadian manufactured goods? A. 50%. B. 60%. C. 70%. D. 75%. Answer: D. 75%. What does Nunavut mean in Inuktitut? A. Our nation. B. Our heritage. C. Our land. D. Our home. Answer: C. Our land. What does Labrador have immense resources of? A. Oil and gas. B. Forestry. C. Hydroelectric. D. Coal. Answer: C. Hydroelectric. Nova Scotia has a rich history as the A. Gateway to Canada. B. Main producer of pulp and paper. C. Diamond capital of North America. D. Main producer of hydroelectricity. Answer: A gateway to Canada. Where is the world's largest freshwater lake located? A. Lake Huron. B. Lake Erie. C. Lake Michigan. D. Lake Superior. Answer: D. Lake Superior. Which of the prairie provinces is most populous? A. Manitoba. B. Saskatchewan. C. Alberta. D. None of the above. Answer: C. Alberta. What type of climate does the BC coast have? A. Arctic. B. Humid. C. Temperate. D. Desert. Answer: C. Temperate. What unique feature does Newfoundland and Labrador have in relation to North America? A. It's the westernmost point. B. It's the southernmost point. C. It's the most densely populated. D. It's the most easterly point. Answer: D. It's the most easterly point. What's the significance of the Confederation Bridge in PEI? A. Longest suspension bridge. B. Oldest bridge in Canada. C. Connects to the U.S. D. One of the longest continuous multispan bridges. Answer: D. One of the longest continuous multispan bridges. Who founded and directed the Geological Survey of Canada from 1842 to 1869? A. Robert W. Service. B. Sir William Logan. C. Martin Frobisher. D. Queen Elizabeth I. Answer: B. Sir William Logan. Which province is renowned for its vast cattle ranches? A. Saskatchewan. B. Manitoba. C. Alberta. D. British Columbia. Answer: C. Alberta. Which Canadian region has the longest continuous daylight in summer? A. West Coast. B. Central Canada. C. The Prairie Provinces. D. The Northern Territories. Answer: D. The Northern Territories. What is the name of the highest mountain in Canada? A. Mount Everest. B. Mount McKinley. C. Mount Logan. D. Mount Robson. Answer: C. Mount Logan. Which city is called the Diamond Capital of North America? A. Yellowknife. B. Whitehorse. C. Iqaluit. D. Toronto. Answer: A. Yellowknife. What is the main financial center of Canada? A. Montreal. B. Vancouver. C. Quebec City. D. Toronto. Answer: D. Toronto. What are the Northern Territories mainly made up of? A. Deserts. B. Rainforests. C. Tundra. D. Wetlands. Answer: C. Tundra. Who are the Canadian Rangers a part of? A. Canadian National Guard. B. Canadian Special Forces. C. Canadian Forces Reserves, Militia. D. Canadian Coastal Guard. Answer: C. Canadian Forces Reserves, Militia. Which Prime Minister is recognized as one of the principal architects of the Confederation of Canada, serving as the country's first Prime Minister? A. Wilfrid Laurier. B. Louis Riel. C. John A. Macdonald. D. Pierre Trudeau. Answer: C. John A. Macdonald. Who among the following Indigenous peoples primarily sustained themselves traditionally through hunting and gathering? A. Haudenosaunee, Iroquois. B. Dakota, Sioux. C. Wendat, Huron-Wendat. D. Nishiyama, Cree. Answer: D. Nahiawak, Cree. Which of the following is not one of Canada's territories? A. Nunavut. B. Saskatchewan. C. Yukon. D. Northwest Territories. Answer: B. Saskatchewan. Which war resulted in the Confederation of Canada? A. World War I. B. The War of 1812. C. The 7 Years' War. D. None of the above. Answer. D. None of the above. What are the 2 official languages of Canada? A. English and Spanish. B. English and French. C. English and Dutch. D. French and Spanish. Answer. B. English and French. Which of the following is not a Canadian symbol? A. Beaver. B. Maple leaf. C. Bald eagle. D. Mountie. Answer. C. Bald eagle. What is the name of the Canadian national anthem? A. O Canada. B. God Save the Queen. C. Land of Hope and Glory. D. The Maple Leaf Forever. Answer. A. O Canada. Which French explorer built a fortress at what is now Quebec City in 1608? A. Pierre de Monts. B. Jacques Cartier. C. Samuel de Champlain. D. John Cabot. Answer. C. Samuel de Champlain. Which province was the last to join the Canadian Confederation? A. Alberta. B. Newfoundland and Labrador. C. Quebec. D. Manitoba. Answer. B. Newfoundland and Labrador. In which year did the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms become part of the Canadian Constitution? A. 1867. B. 1917. C. 1967. D. 1982. Answer. D. 1982. Who is the Queen of Canada's representative in the provinces? A. Governor-General. B. Prime Minister. C. Lieutenant Governor. D. Premier. Answer. C. Lieutenant Governor. What is the highest award a Canadian can receive? A. The Maple Leaf Award. B. The Order of Canada. C. The Victoria Cross. D. The Star of Courage. Answer. C. The Victoria Cross. Which of these lakes is one of the Great Lakes? A. Lake Superior. B. Lake Winnipeg. C. Lake Mackenzie. D. Lake Yukon. Answer. A. Lake Superior. Who are the Métis? A. The first settlers of Newfoundland. B. A First Nations group from the Pacific Coast. C. People of mixed Indigenous and European heritage. D. A French-speaking community in Nova Scotia. Answer. C. People of mixed Indigenous and European heritage. Which region is known for its fertile agricultural land and is referred to as the breadbasket of Canada? A. The Prairies. B. The Maritimes. C. The Canadian Shield. D. The Rockies. Answer. A. The Prairies. Who was the first leader of a responsible government in the Canadas? A. Sir Louis Hippolyte LaFontaine. B. Robert Baldwin. C. Sir John A. Macdonald. D. Lord Elgin. Answer. A. Sir Louis Hippolyte LaFontaine. Which war saw the largest contribution from Canadian forces? A. Boer War. B. Korean War. C. World War II. D. Vietnam War. Answer. C. World War II. What is Canada's longest river? A. St. Lawrence River. B. Fraser River. C. Mackenzie River. D. Red River. Answer. C. Mackenzie River. Which province, nicknamed Canada's Ocean Playground, is known for having the world's highest tides in the Bay of Fundy? A. Newfoundland and Labrador. B. Nova Scotia. C. Prince Edward Island. D. British Columbia. Answer: B. Nova Scotia. What did the Constitutional Act of 1791 divide the province of Quebec into? A. East Canada and West Canada. B. Upper Canada and Lower Canada. C. Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. D. Newfoundland and Labrador. Answer: B. Upper Canada and Lower Canada. Which Canadian province is the only one to have a predominantly French-speaking population? A. Ontario. B. British Columbia. C. Quebec. D. Nova Scotia. Answer: C. Quebec. What year did Canada become a country? A. 1776. B. 1812. C. 1901. D. 1867. Answer: D. 1867. Which Canadian river is the longest? A. Fraser River. B. St. Lawrence River. C. Mackenzie River. D. Red River. Answer: C. Mackenzie River. Who was the first Prime Minister of Canada? A. William Lyon Mackenzie King. B. Lester B. Pearson. C. Sir John A. Macdonald. D. Louis St. Laurent. Answer: C. Sir John A. Macdonald. Which of the following territories is located to the west of the rest in Canada? A. Nunavut. B. Northwest Territories. C. Yukon. D. Labrador. Answer: C. Yukon. The Battle of Vimy Ridge during World War I is a defining moment for which country? A. USA. B. Britain. C. Canada. D. France. Answer: C. Canada. Which province has the largest population in Canada? A. Alberta. B. British Columbia. C. Quebec. D. Ontario. Answer: D. Ontario. What are Canada's two official languages? A. English and Spanish. B. English and French. C. French and Spanish. D. English and Dutch. Answer: B. English and French. Who are the Métis? A. European settlers. B. Indigenous tribes of British Columbia. C. People of mixed Indigenous and European heritage. D. A type of wildlife. Answer: C. People of mixed Indigenous and European heritage. What is the last line of the Canadian national anthem? A. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. B. True north strong and free. With glowing hearts we see thee rise. D. From far and wide, O Canada. Answer: A. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Which region is known as the breadbasket of Canada? A. Atlantic provinces. B. Canadian Shield. C. Prairies. D. Rockies. Answer: C. Prairies. Which of the following is not a Canadian lake? A. Lake Winnipeg. B. Lake Michigan. C. Lake Superior. D. Lake Huron. Answer: B. Lake Michigan. Who was the first European to explore the St. Lawrence River? A. Sir Francis Drake. B. James Cook. C. Jacques Cartier. D. Ferdinand Magellan. Answer: C. Jacques Cartier. Which of the following is not one of Canada's Atlantic provinces? A. New Brunswick. B. Prince Edward Island. C. Newfoundland and Labrador. D. Manitoba. Answer: D. Manitoba. What is Canada's highest mountain peak? A. Mount Robson. B. Whistler Mountain. C. Mount Logan. D. Mount Columbia. Answer: C. Mount Logan. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms was introduced in what year? A. 1950. B. 1967. C. 1975. D. 1982. Answer: D. 1982. Which Canadian province is known for its maritime culture and history? A. Alberta. B. Quebec. C. Nova Scotia. D. Ontario. Answer: C. Nova Scotia. The Inuit people traditionally inhabit which part of Canada? A. Southern Ontario. B. Canadian Prairies. C. Northern Territories. D. Western Coastline. Answer: C. Northern Territories. What is the capital city of Canada? A. Toronto. B. Vancouver. C. Montreal. D. Ottawa. Answer: D. Ottawa. Which of the following is a symbol of Canada? A. Bald eagle. B. Beaver. C. Koala. D. Red panda. Answer: B. Beaver. Which is a fundamental characteristic of the Canadian heritage and identity? A. Mobility rights. B. Multiculturalism. C. Freedom of speech. D. Habeas corpus. Answer: B. Multiculturalism. Which crime is severely punished under Canada's criminal laws? A. Not voting in elections. B. Honor killings. C. Not volunteering in the community. D. Not serving in the military. Answer: B. Honor killings. Which is the largest religious affiliation in Canada? A. Protestant. B. Muslim. C. Catholic. D. Hindu. Answer: C. Catholic. The federal government is required by law to provide services in A. English and Spanish. B. French and Spanish. C. English and French. D. German and English. Answer: C. English and French. Which father of Confederation suggested the term Dominion of Canada? A. Sir George Etienne Cartier. B. Sir Etienne Pascal Taché. C. Sir John A. Macdonald. D. Sir Leonard Tilley. Answer: D. Sir Leonard Tilley. Which Aboriginal group primarily lived off Arctic wildlife? A. The Iroquois. B. The Sioux. C. The Inuit. D. The Cree. Answer: C. The Inuit. When did Canadians of Asian descent, specifically Japanese Canadians, gain the right to vote? A. 1940. B. 1945. C. 1948. D. 1951. Answer: C. 1948. Which province did Canada's modern energy industry begin with the discovery of oil in 1947? A. Quebec. B. Alberta. C. British Columbia. D. Ontario. Answer: B. Alberta. Which country is not mentioned as a constitutional monarchy in the provided content? A. Sweden. B. Australia. C. Japan. D. France. Answer: D. France. How often are members of the House of Commons in Canada traditionally elected? A. Every 2 years. B. Every 3 years. C. Every 4 years. D. Every 5 years. Answer: C. Every 4 years. Which party becomes the official opposition in the House of Commons? A. The party with the second highest number of seats. B. The party with the least number of seats. C. The party in power. D. Any party that opposes the government. Answer: A. The party with the second highest number of seats. Who is responsible for counting the ballots after the polling stations close? A. Elections Canada. B. The Governor General. C. Election officers. D. The Prime Minister. Answer: C. Election officers. Which of the following best describes the due process principle in Canada? A. Restriction of freedom. B. Obligation of government to respect legal rights. C. Establishment of guilt. D. Power to the government. Answer: B. Obligation of government to respect legal rights. What is the main focus of small claims courts in Canada? A. Criminal offenses. B. Civil cases involving limited sums of money. C. Traffic violations. D. Family disputes. Answer: B. Civil cases involving limited sums of money. When did Canada start its own honor system with the Order of Canada? A. 1927. B. 1965. C. 1967. D. 1980. Answer: C. 1967. Which holiday is celebrated on the Monday preceding May 25th in honor of the sovereign's birthday? A. Victoria Day. B. Vimy Day. C. Canada Day. D. Labor Day. Answer: A. Victoria Day. What is the foundation of Canada's economic strength? A. Manufacturing industries. B. Trade. C. Service industries. D. Natural resources industries. Answer: B. Trade. What is the leading employer in Canada? A. Manufacturing industries. B. Natural resources industries. C. Service industries. D. Agricultural industries. Answer: C. Service industries. Which Canadian city is the country's main financial center? A. Montreal. B. Toronto. C. Vancouver. D. Calgary. Answer: B. Toronto. Which province produces the majority of Canada's pulp and paper? A. Quebec. B. Ontario. C. Nova Scotia. D. New Brunswick. Answer: A. Quebec. What source of Canadian law is inherited from Great Britain? A. The Civil Code of France. B. The Unwritten Constitution. C. Laws passed by provincial legislatures. D. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Answer: B. The Unwritten Constitution. Canada is recognized as the only constitutional monarchy in A. Europe, B. South America, C. North America, D. Africa? Answer: C. North America. Which of the following Aboriginal groups were primarily hunters and gatherers? A. Huron-Wendat, B. Sioux, C. Iroquois, D. Cree. Answer: D. Cree. Which international organization did Canada join to form a military alliance during the Cold War? A. The United Nations, B. the World Trade Organization, C. the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, D. the North American Aerospace Defense Command. Answer: C. the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Which document defined the responsibilities of the federal and provincial governments in Canada in 1867? A. the Constitution Act, B. the British North America Act, C. the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canada Act. Answer: B. the British North America Act. Which Canadian court is considered the highest court of the country? A. Federal Court of Canada, B. Supreme Court of Canada, C. Court of Queen's Bench, D. Provincial Court. Answer: B. Supreme Court of Canada. Which symbol has been a representation of the state in Canada for 400 years? A. the maple leaf, B. the Canadian crown, C. the beaver, D. the fleur-de-lis. Answer: B. the Canadian crown. Which of the following years did Canada enact free trade with the United States? A. 1994, B. 1988, C. 2008, D. 2000. Answer: B. 1988. What is the capital of Canada? A. Toronto, B. Vancouver, C. Ottawa, D. Montreal. Answer: C. Ottawa. When must federal elections be held in Canada? A. Every 5 years, B. on the third Monday in October every 4 years, C. every 2 years, D. when the Prime Minister decides. Answer: B. on the third Monday in October every 4 years. In Canada, who is equal under the law? A. only citizens, B. only residents, C. men and women, D. only the employed. Answer: C. men and women. Which of the following is not one of the founding peoples of Canada? A. Aboriginal, B. French, C. British, D. German. Answer: D. German. Which company was granted exclusive trading rights over the watershed draining into Hudson Bay in 1670 by King Charles II of England? A. Northwest Company, B. Hudson's Bay Company, C. Beaver Fur Company, D. British Trading Company. Answer: B. Hudson's Bay Company. In which war did Canada participate in a UN operation, suffering 500 dead and 1,000 wounded? A. the Vietnam War, B. World War II, C. the Korean War, D. the Gulf War. Answer: C. the Korean War. In Canada, which province or territory's elected legislature members are called members of the House of Assembly, MHAs? A. Ontario, B. Quebec, C. Newfoundland and Labrador, D. Yukon. Answer: C. Newfoundland and Labrador. What do the members of the House of Commons also known as? A. Senators, B. Members of the Legislative Assembly, C. Members of Parliament, D. Cabinet Ministers. Answer: C. Members of Parliament. Who settles disputes regarding the laws in Canada? A. The police. B. Elected representatives. C. The courts. D. The lawyers. Answer. C. The courts. Who was the first Canadian of Asian origin to establish an award for women's hockey? A. Queen Elizabeth II. B. Adrienne Clarkson. C. Lord Stanley. D. Alexander Roberts Dunn. Answer. B. Adrienne Clarkson. Which of the following countries is not a partner in NAFTA? A. United States. B. Canada. C. Mexico. D. United Kingdom. Answer. D. United Kingdom. Which city houses the headquarters of the mining industry and is an important educational, research and technology center? A. Regina. B. Saskatoon. C. Winnipeg. D. Edmonton. Answer. B. Saskatoon. Which territory was established most recently, in 1999? A. Northwest Territories. B. Yukon Territory. C. Nunavut. D. Alberta. Answer. C. Nunavut. Which industry plays a significant role in the history and development of Canada? A. Manufacturing industries. B. Natural resources industries. C. Service industries. D. Technology industries. Answer. B. Natural resources industries. The flag of the Royal Military College, Kingston, inspired the pattern for which flag? A. The Union Jack. B. The Canadian Red Ensign. C. The new Canadian flag of 1965. D. The flag of Quebec. Answer. C. The new Canadian flag of 1965. Which body enforces the laws made by elected representatives in Canada? A. The courts. B. The police. C. Lawyers. D. The citizens. Answer. B. The police. Which political party becomes the government after an election in Canada? A. The party with the most seats. B. The party with the second highest number of seats. C. The party with the most votes. D. The party that wins the popular vote. Answer. A. The party with the most seats. In a parliamentary democracy like Canada, what is the significance of a non-confidence vote? A. It initiates a general election. B. It confirms the appointment of cabinet ministers. C. It requires the resignation of cabinet ministers. D. It grants additional powers to the Prime Minister. Answer. C. It requires the resignation of cabinet ministers. Which organization did Canada help found in 1970 to foster international association of French-speaking countries? A. The Commonwealth. B. The Francophonie. C. The United Nations. D. The Organization of American States. Answer. B. The Francophonie. Which of the following provinces became part of the Dominion of Canada in 1871? A. Manitoba. B. Prince Edward Island. C. British Columbia. D. Alberta. Answer. C. British Columbia. What was the main purpose of the residential schools in Canada from the 1800s to the 1980s? A. To educate and assimilate Aboriginal children into mainstream Canadian culture. B. To provide better living facilities for Aboriginal children. C. To promote Aboriginal languages and cultural practices. D. To provide higher education to Aboriginal adults. Answer. A. To educate and assimilate Aboriginal children into mainstream Canadian culture. Which of the following comes from English common law? A. Multiculturalism. B. Habeas corpus. C. Mobility rights. D. Minority language educational rights. Answer. B. Habeas corpus. Canada's original constitutional document was established in A. 1763, B. 1867, C. 1600, D. 1780. Answer: B. 1867. The Vikings who colonized Greenland 1,000 years ago also reached A. Quebec, B. Labrador, C. Ontario, D. British Columbia. Answer: B. Labrador. When were Aboriginal people in Canada granted the right to vote? A. 1948, B. 1950, C. 1960, D. 1970. Answer: C. 1960. Which of the following responsibilities is under the jurisdiction of the federal government in Canada? A. Education, B. Health, C. Foreign policy, D. Property and civil rights. Answer: C. Foreign policy. How many electoral districts are there in Canada? A. 150, B. 308, C. 200, D. 500. Answer: B. 308. What is the primary role of police in Canada? A. Creating laws, B. Passing judgments, C. Enforcing the law, D. Making arrests. Answer: C. Enforcing the law. The Canadian Red Ensign served as the Canadian flag for how many years approximately? A. 50 years, B. 100 years, C. 150 years, D. 200 years. Answer: B. 100 years. Which country did Canada and the United States form a trade agreement with in 1994? A. Germany, B. United Kingdom, C. Japan, D. Mexico. Answer: D. Mexico. Which province is known as Canada's breadbasket? A. Manitoba, B. Saskatchewan, C. Alberta, D. Ontario. Answer: B. Saskatchewan. What phrase begins the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms? A. Freedom and prosperity for all, B. All citizens are equal under law, C. Peace, order, and good government, D. Whereas Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the supremacy of God and the rule of law. Answer: D. Whereas Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the supremacy of God and the rule of law. The ancestors of Aboriginal peoples in Canada are believed to have migrated from A. Africa, B. Europe, C. Asia, D. Australia. Answer: C. Asia. Who was the first to draw a map of Canada's east coast? A. Jacques Cartier, B. Samuel de Champlain, C. John Cabot, D. Pierre de Monts. Answer: C. John Cabot. Which province experienced an era of rapid change in the 1960s known as the Quiet Revolution? A. Ontario, B. Alberta, C. Quebec, D. British Columbia. Answer: C. Quebec. What is the maximum age limit for senators in Canada? A. 65, B. 70, C. 75, D. No limit. Answer: C. 75. Who can run in a federal election in Canada? A. Any resident of Canada, B. Any Canadian citizen aged 18 or older, C. Any member of a political party, D. Any Canadian citizen. Answer: B. Any Canadian citizen aged 18 or older. What principle implies that the government must respect all of the legal rights a person is entitled to under the law? A. Rule of law, B. Presumption of innocence. C. Freedom under the law. D. Due process. Answer. D. Due process. Which Canadian symbol was adopted by French Canadians in the 1700s? A. The beaver. B. The maple leaf. C. The Canadian crown. D. The fleur-de-lis. Answer. D. The fleur-de-lis. How many people were brought together under the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, by 2008? A. Over 444 million. B. Over 500 million. C. Over 1 billion. D. Over 250 million. Answer. A. Over 444 million. Which ocean borders Canada to the north? A. Atlantic Ocean. B. Pacific Ocean. C. Southern Ocean. D. Arctic Ocean. Answer. D. Arctic Ocean. Which major project was promised to British Columbia for it to join Canada in 1871? A. Confederation Building. B. Trans-Canada Highway. C. Canadian Pacific Railway. D. Royal Canadian Navy. Answer. C. Canadian Pacific Railway. Who led the first Métis Uprising and seized Fort Garry? A. Major General Sir Sam Steele. B. Sir George Etienne Cartier. C. Louis Riel. D. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. Answer. C. Louis Riel. Which war did Canada participate in from 1899 to 1902, strengthening national pride? A. The First World War. B. The Second World War. C. The Boer War. D. The American Civil War. Answer. C. The Boer War. Which force was established by Prime Minister Macdonald in 1873 to pacify the West and assist in negotiations with the Indians? A. Canadian Army. B. Royal Canadian Navy. C. Northwest Mounted Police. D. Canadian Border Security. Answer. C. Northwest Mounted Police. Which beach was stormed and captured by 15,000 Canadian troops on D-Day, June 6, 1944? A. Omaha Beach. B. Sword Beach. C. Gold Beach. D. Juno Beach. Answer. D. Juno Beach. Who is credited with being the founder of the women's suffrage movement in Canada? A. Agnes MacPhail. B. Therese Casgrain. C. Dr. Emily Stowe. D. Sir Robert Borden. Answer. C. Dr. Emily Stowe. Which province was the last to grant voting rights to women in 1940? A. Ontario. B. British Columbia. C. Quebec. D. Newfoundland and Labrador. Answer. C. Quebec. Which entity was separate from Canada and contributed to the Second World War efforts along with Canada? A. The State of Alaska. B. The Dominion of Newfoundland. C. The Territory of Yukon. D. The Province of Prince Edward Island. Answer. B. The Dominion of Newfoundland. Which right allows Canadians to live and work anywhere in Canada? A. Freedom of association. B. Multiculturalism. C. Mobility rights. D. Aboriginal people's rights. Answer. C. Mobility rights. The Royal Proclamation of 1763 was issued by A. Queen Elizabeth II. B. King George III. C. King Louis XIV. D. Queen Victoria. Answer: B. King George III. Which French explorer built a fortress at what is now Quebec City in 1608? A. Pierre de Monts. B. Jacques Cartier. C. Samuel de Champlain. D. John Cabot. Answer: C. Samuel de Champlain. Who invented the world system of standard time zones? A. Alexander Graham Bell. B. Sir Sandford Fleming. C. Joseph Armand Bombardier. D. Matthew Evans. Answer: B. Sir Sandford Fleming. What does the Senate, the House of Commons, and the Sovereign collectively form in Canada? A. Cabinet. B. Parliament. C. Legislative Assembly. D. Provincial Legislature. Answer: B. Parliament. Which agency is responsible for producing the voters' lists used during federal elections and referendums in Canada? A. The National Register of Electors. B. The Federal Election Commission. C. The Canadian Election Agency. D. Elections Canada. Answer: D. Elections Canada. Which police force enforces federal laws throughout Canada and acts as the provincial police in certain areas? A. Municipal Police. B. Provincial Police. C. RCMP. D. Local Police. Answer: C. RCMP. The Quebec National Assembly is built in which architectural style? A. Romanesque. B. Baroque. C. French Second Empire. D. Neoclassical. Answer: C. French Second Empire. Which sector employs over 75% of working Canadians? A. Manufacturing industries. B. Service industries. C. Natural resources industries. D. Technology industries. Answer: B. Service industries. Which province is the smallest and known for its red soil? A. Nova Scotia. B. Newfoundland and Labrador. C. Prince Edward Island. D. New Brunswick. Answer: C. Prince Edward Island. Which of the following does extend Canada's openness and generosity? A. Forced marriage. B. Volunteering at a food bank. C. Honor killings. D. Female genital mutilation. Answer: B. Volunteering at a food bank. What role does the Governor-General play in the lawmaking process in Canada? A. Proposing new laws. B. Debating the bills. C. Granting royal assent. D. Voting on the bills. Answer: C. Granting royal assent. Who represents the sovereign in the provinces of Canada? A. Premier. B. Governor-General. C. Lieutenant Governor. D. Commissioner. Answer: C. Lieutenant Governor. Which is a foundational principle of Canada? A. Serving in the military. B. The rule of law. C. The right to protest. D. Mandatory jury service. Answer: B. The rule of law. The Quebec Act of 1774 allowed for which of the following? A. Religious freedom for Catholics. Establishment of English civil law. C. Prohibition of French language. D. Assimilation of French Canadians. Answer: A religious freedom for Catholics. What did the Constitutional Act of 1791 divide the province of Quebec into? A. East Canada and West Canada. B. Upper Canada and Lower Canada. C. Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. D. Newfoundland and Labrador. Answer: B. Upper Canada and Lower Canada. Which group is of mixed Aboriginal and European ancestry? A. Inuit. B. First Nations. C. Métis. D. Acadians. Answer: C. Métis. What percentage of Aboriginal people in Canada are Inuit? A. 65%. B. 30%. C. 4%. D. 10%. Answer: C. 4%. In which year did Terry Fox begin his cross-country run, the Marathon of Hope, to raise money for cancer research? A. 1975. B. 1980. C. 1985. D. 1990. Answer: B. 1980. Who was a pioneer in modern Inuit art with etchings, prints, and soapstone sculptures? A. Jean-Paul Riopelli. B. Louis-Philippe Ebert. C. Kanowaka-Shevik. D. Emily Carr. Answer: C. Kanowaka-Shevik. What happens if a party in power is defeated in the House of Commons on a major government decision? A. The party remains in power. B. The Prime Minister resigns. C. The Prime Minister asks the Governor-General to call an election. D. A new Prime Minister is appointed from the opposition party. Answer: C. The Prime Minister asks the Governor-General to call an election. Who forms the Cabinet? A. The Governor-General. B. The House of Commons. C. The Prime Minister. D. The Opposition Leader. Answer: C. The Prime Minister. What are the Canadian laws intended to provide? A. Power to the government. B. Restriction of freedom. C. Order in society. D. Punishment for offenders. Answer: C. Order in society. Which is not a type of court in Canada? A. Supreme Court. B. Family Court. C. Traffic Court. D. Legislative Court. Answer: D. Legislative Court. Which Canadian sport was introduced by Scottish pioneers? A. Hockey. B. Lacrosse. C. Curling. D. Canadian football. Answer: C. Curling. Who was the first Canadian to be awarded the Victoria Cross? A. Corporal Philip Conowell. B. Lieutenant Alexander Roberts Dunn. C. Able Seaman William Hall. D. Captain Paul Triquet. Answer: B. Lieutenant Alexander Roberts Dunn. Which industry in Canada is known for producing high-technology equipment and aerospace technology among other products? A. Service industries. B. Manufacturing industries. C. Natural resources industries. D. Healthcare industries. Answer: B. Manufacturing industries. What percentage of Canada's exports are natural resource commodities? A. Over 75%. B. Over 50%. C. Over 25%. D. Over 65%. Answer: C. Over 25%. Which Canadian province has the highest population of French speakers? A. Ontario. B. Quebec. C. New Brunswick. D. Manitoba. Answer: B. Quebec. Which city is known as the Diamond Capital of North America? A. Iqaluit. B. Yellowknife. C. Whitehorse. D. Winnipeg. Answer: B. Yellowknife. What is legally required when called upon in Canada? A. Voting in elections. B. Protecting the environment. C. Serving on a jury. D. Volunteering in the community. Answer: C. Serving on a jury. What is one way young people in Canada can learn discipline and responsibility? A. Joining the regular Canadian forces. B. Getting involved in the cadets. C. Serving in the Coast Guard. D. Obeying the law. Answer: B. Getting involved in the cadets. Which province is officially bilingual? A. Ontario. B. Quebec. C. New Brunswick. D. Manitoba. Answer: C. New Brunswick. Which Governor-General of Canada emphasized the concept of unity in diversity? A. Queen Elizabeth II. B. The first Baron Tweedsmuir. C. King George III. D. The 15th Governor-General. Answer: B. The first Baron Tweedsmuir. Who was the first leader of a responsible government in the Canadas? A. Sir Louis Hippolyte LaFontaine. B. Robert Baldwin. C. Sir John A. Macdonald. D. Lord Elgin. Answer: A. Sir Louis Hippolyte LaFontaine. Who led the expedition from Nova Scotia that burned down the White House in 1814? A. Major General Robert Ross. B. Major General Sir Isaac Brock. C. Lieutenant Colonel Charles de Salaberry. D. Chief Tecumseh. Answer: A. Major General Robert Ross. Which federal legislation ensures that French and English services are provided across Canada? A. The Bilingualism Act. B. The Canada Health Act. C. The Official Languages Act. D. The Canadian Heritage Act. Answer: C. The Official Languages Act. Who invented the first cardiac pacemaker? A. Dr. John A. Hopps. B. Dr. Wilder Penfield. C. Reginald Fessenden. D. Dr. John Polanyi. Answer: A. Dr. John A. Hopps. Which branch of government is responsible for the operations and policy of the government in Canada? A. Executive. B. Legislative. C. Judicial. D. Provincial. Answer: A. Executive. In Canada, who is responsible for passing laws? A. The Sovereign. B. The Prime Minister. C. Elected representatives. D. The Governor-General. Answer: C. Elected representatives. Which level of government is responsible for urban or regional planning in Canada? A. Federal. B. Provincial. C. Territorial. D. Municipal. Answer: D. Municipal. Who represents First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people in their relationships with the federal, provincial, and territorial governments? A. The Prime Minister. B. Provincial Premiers. C. Aboriginal organizations. D. Municipal councils. Answer: C. Aboriginal organizations. Who is responsible for making laws in Canada? A. The police. B. The judges. C. Elected representatives. D. The lawyers. Answer: C. Elected representatives. What type of police force operates in Ontario and Quebec? A. RCMP. B. Municipal police. C. Federal police. D. Provincial police. Answer: D. Provincial police. Which of the following is the official summer sport of Canada? A. Soccer. B. Lacrosse. C. Hockey. D. Curling. Answer: B. Lacrosse. The royal anthem of Canada is A. O Canada. B. Dieu protège la reine. C. God save the Queen. D. E mari usque ad mare. Answer: C. God save the Queen. Which country is Canada's largest international trading partner? A. China. B. Mexico. C. United States. D. United Kingdom. Answer: C. United States. Which agreement did Mexico join in 1994? A. G8. B. NAFTA. C. NATO. D. United Nations. Answer: B. NAFTA. Which of the following provinces is not part of the Atlantic provinces? A. Nova Scotia. B. Newfoundland and Labrador. C. New Brunswick. D. Quebec. Answer: D. Quebec. What mountain is the highest peak in Canada? A. Mount Robson. B. Mount Logan. C. Mount Columbia. D. Mount Alberta. Answer: B. Mount Logan. Which two languages have equal status in Parliament and throughout the government? A. French and Spanish. B. English and Spanish. C. English and French. D. Spanish and German. Answer: C. English and French. What is an important Canadian value associated with work? A. Earning a high salary. B. Working abroad. C. Gaining personal dignity and self-respect. D. Networking with foreigners. Answer: C. Gaining personal dignity and self-respect. The majority of Francophones in Canada reside in A. Ontario. B. Quebec. C. New Brunswick. D. Manitoba. Answer: B. Quebec. Which term is used to refer to English-speaking Canadians? A. Francophones. B. Anglophones. C. Acadians. D. Quebecers. Answer: B. Anglophones. Which province was the first to move toward the abolition of slavery in the British Empire? A. Lower Canada. B. Upper Canada. C. Nova Scotia. D. Quebec. Answer: B. Upper Canada. When was the Dominion of Canada officially born? A. July 1, 1867. B. July 1, 1864. C. July 1, 1870. D. July 1, 1873. Answer: A. July 1, 1867. Which Canadian artists are best known for capturing the rugged wilderness landscapes? A. Les Automatistes. B. The Group of Seven. C. Les Automatistes and the Group of Seven. D. None of the above. Answer: B. The Group of Seven. Which treaty opened up the world's restrictive trading policies in the Depression era? A. The North Atlantic Treaty. B. The General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. C. The Canada-US Free Trade Agreement. D. The Trans-Pacific Partnership. Answer: B. The General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. At what step of the legislative process do members study the bill clause by clause in Canada? A. First reading. B. Second reading. C. Committee stage. D. Third reading. Answer: C. Committee stage. In Canada's federal state, who is responsible for education? A. The federal government. B. Provincial governments. C. Municipal governments. D. Territorial governments. Answer: B. Provincial governments. What is required to vote in a federal election in Canada? A. Being a resident of Canada. B. Being a Canadian citizen, at least 18 years old on voting day, and on the voters' list. C. Having Canadian citizenship. D. Having a voter information card. Answer: B. Being a Canadian citizen, at least 18 years old on voting day, and on the voters' list. What do you do if you do not receive a voter information card? A. You cannot vote. B. Call your local elections office. C. Go to the polling station anyway. D. Call the police. Answer: B. Call your local elections office. Which court deals with matters concerning the federal government? A. Provincial Court. B. Supreme Court of Canada. C. Federal Court of Canada. D. Court of Queen's Bench. Answer: C. Federal Court of Canada. The presumption of innocence is a fundamental part of which aspect of the Canadian justice system? A. Rule of law. B. Due process. C. Democratic principles. D. Criminal matters. Answer: D. Criminal matters. When did O Canada become the national anthem of Canada? A. 1880. B. 1967. C. 1965. D. 1980. Answer: D. 1980. What is Canada's national motto? A. A mari usque ad mare. B. God save the Queen. C. Dieu protège la reine. D. Vive la reine. Answer: A. Amari usque ad mare. What is the significance of the Peace Arch located in the state of Washington? A. It marks the border between Canada and the United States. B. It symbolizes the close ties and common interests between Canada and the United States. C. It is a memorial for fallen soldiers. D. It represents the unity of North American countries. Answer: B. It symbolizes the close ties and common interests between Canada and the United States. Canada is part of which group of leading industrialized countries? A. G7. B. G20. C. G10. D. G8. Answer: D. G8. In which province is Canada's largest naval base located? A. Nova Scotia. B. Ontario. C. British Columbia. D. Quebec. Answer: A. Nova Scotia. Which province has the most national parks? A. Alberta. B. British Columbia. C. Saskatchewan. D. Manitoba. Answer: A. Alberta. What is not a responsibility of Canadian citizens? A. Serving in the military compulsorily. B. Helping others in the community. C. Obeying the law. D. Protecting Canada's heritage. Answer: A. Serving in the military compulsorily. The rights guaranteed in the Charter will not adversely affect which group? A. Veterans. B. Children. C. Aboriginal peoples. D. Immigrants. Answer. C. Aboriginal peoples. Which of the following groups faced the ordeal known as the Great Upheaval? A. First Nations. B. Acadians. C. Métis. D. Quebecers. Answer. B. Acadians. Which city has the second most spoken language at home as Chinese languages? A. Toronto. B. Vancouver. C. Quebec City. D. Montreal. Answer. A. Toronto. The Quebec Act of 1774 restored which kind of law in the province of Quebec? A. English civil law. B. French civil law. C. British criminal law. D. Aboriginal traditional law. Answer. B. French civil law. The first elected Assembly of Lower Canada debated the use of French and English on A. January 21, 1791. B. January 21, 1792. C. January 21, 1793. D. January 21, 1794. Answer. C. January 21, 1793. Which Canadian province has the movement for sovereignty been a significant issue? A. Ontario. B. Alberta. C. Quebec. D. British Columbia. Answer. C. Quebec. Which Canadian novelist is known for diversifying Canada's literary experience? A. Margaret Lawrence. B. Mordecai Richler. C. Michael Ondaatje. D. Robertson Davies. Answer. C. Michael Ondaatje. Who appoints the Governor-General in Canada? A. The Prime Minister. B. The Lieutenant Governor. The Sovereign. D. The Premier. Answer. C. The Sovereign. What term is used to describe Canada's form of government, combining a constitutional monarchy, a parliamentary democracy, and a federal state? A. Republican democracy. B. Federal monarchy. C. Constitutional federalism. D. Parliamentary monarchy. Answer. D. Parliamentary monarchy. What is the role of the opposition parties in the House of Commons? A. To support government proposals. B. To peacefully oppose or try to improve government proposals. C. To form the government. D. To elect the Prime Minister. Answer. B. To peacefully oppose or try to improve government proposals. Who is invited by the Governor-General to form the government after an election? A. The leader of the opposition party. B. The leader of the political party with the most seats. C. The outgoing Prime Minister. D. The leader of the Senate. Answer. B. The leader of the political party with the most seats. What is available for individuals who cannot afford a lawyer in Canada? A. Private counseling. B. Legal aid. C. Government subsidies. D. Free legal consultation. Answer. B. Legal aid. In Canada, who can laws be applied to? A. Only citizens. B. Only foreign nationals. C. Only elected representatives. D. Everyone, including judges and politicians. Answer. D. Everyone, including judges and politicians. Which symbol became an emblem of the St. John Baptiste Society in 1834? A. The beaver. B. The Canadian crown. C. The maple leaf. D. The fleur-de-lis. Answer: D. The fleur-de-lis. Who is the first member of the Canadian Corps, not born in the British Empire, to be awarded the V.C.? A. Corporal Philip Conowell. B. Lieutenant Robert Hampton Gray. C. Able Seaman William Hall. D. Lieutenant Alexander Roberts Dunn. Answer: A. Corporal Philip Conowell. Which of the following best describes Canada's relationship with the United States? A. Diplomatic allies. B. Trading partners. C. Economic competitors. D. Military allies. Answer: B. Trading partners. What does Canada predominantly export to the United States? A. Technology products. B. Consumer goods. C. Agricultural products. D. All of the above. Answer: D. All of the above. Which province has the largest Francophone community in Western Canada? A. Alberta. B. Manitoba. C. Saskatchewan. D. British Columbia. Answer: B. Manitoba. Which province has the largest Asian communities in Canada? A. British Columbia. B. Ontario. C. Quebec. D. Alberta. Answer: A. British Columbia. Who is the head of government in Canada? A. The Sovereign. B. The Governor-General. C. The Prime Minister. D. The Lieutenant Governor. Answer: C. The Prime Minister. Which of the following is not a responsibility of the provinces in Canada? A. Currency. B. Education. C. Health. D. Natural resources. Answer: A. Currency. Which level of government is responsible for education in Canada? A. Federal. B. Provincial and territorial. C. Municipal. D. Local. Answer: B. Provincial and territorial. How often are federal elections held in Canada? A. Every 2 years. B. Every 3 years. C. Every 4 years. D. Every 5 years. Answer: C. Every 4 years. Where can one serve part-time and gain valuable experience, skills, and contacts in Canada? A. Local part-time Navy, militia, and air reserves. B. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. C. The Parliament. D. The Magna Carta. Answer: A. Local part-time Navy, militia, and air reserves. What underlines the importance of religious traditions to Canadian society? A. The unwritten Constitution from Great Britain. B. English common law. C. The opening phrase of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. D. The Magna Carta of 1215. Answer: C. The opening phrase of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Who is a descendant of black loyalists who in the 1780s fled to Canada from America? A. John Buchan. B. Marjorie Turner Bailey. C. King George III. D. The 15th Governor-General. Answer: B. Marjorie Turner Bailey. Who are the descendants of French colonists who began settling in the Maritime provinces in 1604? A. Acadians. B. Métis. C. Quebecers. D. Anglophones. Answer: A. Acadians. Which province in the British Empire was the first to attain full responsible government? A. Upper Canada. B. Lower Canada. C. Nova Scotia. D. New Brunswick. Answer: C. Nova Scotia. What were the names of the two captured guides who spoke the Iroquoian word, Kannada? A. Cabot and Cartier. B. Mance and Champlain. C. Cree and Dean. D. Information not provided in the content. Answer: D. Information not provided in the content. What is the title of the groundbreaking brain surgeon at McGill University in Montreal who was known as the greatest living Canadian? A. Dr. John A. Hopps. B. Dr. Wilder Penfield. C. Dr. John Polanyi. D. Reginald Fessenden. Answer: B. Dr. Wilder Penfield. Who are the creators of the BlackBerry? A. Mike Lazaridis and Jim Balsillie. B. Marshall McLuhan and Harold Innis. C. Mike Lazaridis and Harold Innis. D. Jim Balsillie and Marshall McLuhan. Answer: A. Mike Lazaridis and Jim Balsillie. Which province has its own provincial police force? A. Alberta. B. British Columbia. C. Ontario. D. Manitoba. Answer: C. Ontario. The presumption of innocence under the Canadian justice system means: A. Guilty until proven innocent. B. Innocent until proven guilty. C. Innocent until arrested. D. Guilty until arrested. Answer: B. Innocent until proven guilty. What are the national colors of Canada? A. Red and white. B. Blue and white. C. Red and blue. D. Green and white. Answer: A. Red and white. Which of the following dates marks Canada Day? A. June 24th. B. July 1st. C. September 1st. D. October 1st. Answer: B. July 1st. Which region does Canada have the biggest bilateral trading relationship with? A. Europe. B. Asia. C. United States of America. D. Africa. Answer: C. United States of America. Which sector in Canada is known for encompassing sectors like forestry, fishing, agriculture, mining, and energy? A. Service industries. B. Manufacturing industries. C. Natural resources industries. D. Healthcare industries. Answer: C. Natural resources industries. Which region is primarily known for energy resources and fertile farmland? A. Central Canada. B. The Prairie Provinces. C. The West Coast. D. The Atlantic Provinces. Answer: B. The Prairie Provinces. Which province is the only officially bilingual province? A. Quebec. B. Ontario. C. New Brunswick. D. Manitoba. Answer: C. New Brunswick. Which of the following is a responsibility associated with the right to vote in Canada? A. Paying taxes. B. Voting in federal, provincial, or territorial and local elections. C. Serving in the regular Canadian forces. D. Attending religious services. Answer: B. Voting in federal, provincial, or territorial and local elections. Which service is a noble way to contribute to Canada and can be an excellent career choice? A. Regular Canadian forces. B. Working for a multinational company. C. Teaching in a school. D. Writing for a newspaper. Answer. Irregular Canadian forces. Which one of the Aboriginal peoples lives in small, scattered communities across the Arctic? A. First Nations. B. Inuit. C. Métis. D. Acadians. Answer. B. Inuit. What does Canada's commitment to peace, order, and good government mainly stem from? A. The French influence. B. The British North America Act of 1867. C. The Aboriginal influence. D. The American influence. Answer. B. The British North America Act of 1867. Who was Canada's first Prime Minister? A. Sir George Etienne Cartier. B. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. C. Sir Wilfrid Laurier. D. Louis Riel. Answer. B. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. Which province was established after Canada took over the Northwest region from the Hudson's Bay Company in 1869? A. British Columbia. B. Alberta. C. Manitoba. D. Saskatchewan. Answer. C. Manitoba. Which renowned sculptor from Quebec is celebrated for his historical figure sculptures? A. Jean-Paul Riopelli. B. Louis-Philippe Hébert. C. Sir Sandford Fleming. D. Joseph Armand Bombardier. Answer. B. Louis-Philippe Hébert. Who holds the record of being a double Olympic gold medalist in sprinting? A. Wayne Gretzky. B. Donovan Bailey. C. Chantal Petitclerc. D. Terry Fox. Answer. B. Donovan Bailey. In Canada's federal state, who is responsible for interprovincial trade and communications? A. The provinces. B. Municipal governments. C. The federal government. D. Territorial governments. Answer. C. The federal government. Which role does the sovereign play in Canada's government? A. Directing the governing of the country. B. Representing Canada in international affairs. C. Serving as a symbol of Canadian sovereignty and guardian of constitutional freedoms. D. Enacting and proposing new laws. Answer. C. Serving as a symbol of Canadian sovereignty and guardian of constitutional freedoms. Who appoints cabinet ministers in Canada? A. The Governor-General. B. The Prime Minister. C. The Queen. D. The Senate. Answer. B. The Prime Minister. Which level of government has the authority to make laws regarding immigration in Canada? A. Municipal. B. Provincial. C. Territorial. D. Federal. Answer. D. Federal. Which of the following is not a foundational principle of Canada's legal system? A. Rule of law. B. Freedom under the law. C. Presumption of guilt. D. Democratic principles. Answer. C. Presumption of guilt. The laws in Canada are a reflection of what? A. The government's wishes. B. Democratic principles and values of Canadians. C. Police enforcement standards. D. International laws. Answer. B. Democratic principles and values of Canadians. Which part of the original Parliament buildings remained after the fire in 1916? A. The center block. B. The Peace Tower. C. The Memorial Chamber. D. The Library. Answer: D. The Library. Who served as the Governor General and donated the championship Stanley Cup? A. Adrian Clarkson. B. Lord Stanley. C. Queen Elizabeth II. D. Billy Bishop. Answer: B. Lord Stanley. Where is the world's longest undefended border? A. Between Canada and Mexico. B. Between United States and Mexico. C. Between Canada and United States. D. Between United States and Russia. Answer: C. Between Canada and United States. How much was the merchandise trade under NAFTA in 2008? A. Over $2 trillion. B. Over $1 trillion. C. Over $500 billion. D. Over $750 billion. Answer: B. Over $1 trillion. Which province is renowned for the vast cattle ranches and is one of the world's major beef producers? A. Alberta. B. Manitoba. C. Saskatchewan. D. Ontario. Answer: A. Alberta. Which river is the second longest river system in North America? A. Yukon River. B. Colorado River. C. Mackenzie River. D. Mississippi River. Answer: C. Mackenzie River.